Greetings. Welcome in. Today we continue with Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. We've finished almost everything to do in the Recod system, but we have a few loose ends to wrap up before we take our Triumph that has been offered to us. But first, I did want to do these additional areas, because there's this left that we have to do, and then we'll check out the Thunderfang after we do this to see if we got anything else for it. So, but there's an unidentified void ship that we need to check out. So, augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged, rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The augurs haven't detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel. So we know about, we have decent Xenos lore, so we should use this. Send a squad to the planet to explore the void ship. The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to the Xenos race called Drukhari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak, as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares to disturb its slumber. So, let's see. Abelard suggests finding out what the Xenos were doing in the Recod system. Adira tells the Lord Captain voices in her head are screaming, repeating the words Harbinger, Darkness, and Death. So recall people from the vessel. Argenta eagerly says the only good Xenos is a dead one. A true servant of the Emperor wouldn't soil their hands with Xenos technology. The Rogue Trader orders that more people be sent to the Xenos void ship to collect any valuable belongings. Being the God Emperor's chosen, the Void Trader won't go digging in around Xenos trash. Artifacts of the enemies of humanity should be wiped from the Coronis expanse. Okay, so I am inclined to side with Abelard here, because I don't think we necessarily need to use their technology, as Argenta is alluding, but I do think that we need to know what they were doing here. Because if there's more of them, we need to find them. So, taking heed of the Seneschal's recommendations, the Rogue Trader orders to send more people to the planet. After 2 watches of hard labor, the workers managed to stabilize the Drukhari void ship. The soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who had died when the void ship crashed. The void ship itself, following its abominable nature, came to life, immediately craving to sate its wicked appetite for human death. The vessel systems have reacted to the intruders, and senselessly cruel, deadly traps have been activated on all decks. Monstrous contraptions designed to mince, rip apart, and incinerate their victims took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. The soldiers found several curious pieces of xenotech on the sinister void ship, but no data that could shed some light on why it came here. Okay, so we have an assortment of needles, some shatter shards, a venom blade, Drukhari weapon proficiency necessary, okay, a blast pistol, which is a specific type of las pistol, also requires Drukhari weapon proficiency, monofilament grenades, and then some XP. Okay, so the monofilament grenades in particular are terrifying, because I don't know if they have a description of what these things do, but so Eldari and Drukhari tech have monofilament weapons, and what that means is it is a cable that is monomolecular, so it is only a single molecule thick, which means that it is incredibly sharp. So what this grenade does is it basically spits out like a web that just spins around and slices everything in an area around it in a way that is like far, far sharper than any other grenade could do. So, but that's it on here. Okay. Is there anything else? So we've explored that. We did this. Is there anything else here? No, we did everything on the planetoid. Let's go to the Thunderfang. I guess we could get more reputation with them if we wanted to, but we need to hold on to some of this stuff. They actually want Xenotech, though, which is interesting because we did just pick up some Xenotech, but I don't think we have enough to trade. No. Requires full cargo, so we don't have enough for that yet. Alright, well, to Rick and Menoris it is. The bunker, the starport. Okay, so I think we need to go to the bunker, which will take these guys with us. All right. So let's just walk in here. We'll talk with the governor. I'm ready for my triumph. Then I will see you at the starport, your lordship. The Master of Ceremonies will organize the procession in a way that should allow me to share the ceremony's finale with you. And after that, Emperor willing, the proctor will clear me of all charges and the woes of Rikab Menoris will be over at last. Fly to the upper way.
It's about time.
Oh. This is the Master of Ceremonies. Talk to the Master of Ceremonies. Your lordship, peerless Lord von Valencius, I am the Master of Ceremonies of Rikab Menoris. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. Speak. You will take the road now familiar to you from here to the starport. You'll be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as the Prophet Aurora will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush towards you, praising you for their salvation. I feel like something's going to go wrong. Not to worry, this is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of the grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us, members of the military. Young people, attractive and physically fit. A few healthy children. Once they've said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medina will await you by the airport. It is also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You'll be handed a flamer blessed by a representative of the ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House von Valencius and House Winterscale, it will be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Medina. However, the choice is yours. I do not want a staged show of gratitude. No, I do understand the need for optics. So, an excellent plan. I'm ready to start the triumph. Of course, your lordship. Board the prepared vehicle.
None shall stand in my way.
Mount the tank and commence the triumphant march. Hell yeah. Behold, my Lehman Russ. We should have found a spot by the starport where they're going to burn the heretic. You chose for a group of planted adulators to approach you during the triumph. Let us greet the hero. Glory to the von Valencius dynasty. Glory to Deckard, a hero of Rikab Menoris. A stately, beautiful, and finely dressed woman calls out your name in a sonorous voice. It isn't until you look closer, look at her face, you recognize her as Captain Raquel, the pilot you met at Ricati Filia. The grateful citizens wish to present gifts to their redeemer. The Master of Ceremonies' sugary voice almost brings a taste of honey to your mouth. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment, the gaze of Aurora's dead, empty eye sockets is fixed upon the back of your head. A thought surfaces in your mind, not a voice inside your head. No, a mere thought. They're all going to die, befuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth, and it is all because of you, enemy mine. I think we send them away. Take the people away, something terrible is about to happen. The soldiers in the cordon exchanged perplexed glances, but their trained discipline prevails, and they turn towards the spectators, preparing to lead the crowd away. Sensing something boundless, blue, golden, dark. Something is coming, Doman. An unholy death contrary to his will. Kibla's eyes are blank as she digs a steel claw into an unhealed wound. Behold, behold, behold the final dawn. What on earth is going on? Absolute chaos has broken out. Well, so that didn't go well. I thought that this was going a little bit too easy. Those Eldari ships? Drakari ships? This Drakari. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. That's not good. So the sun is gone.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Come to chaos!
Okay, so we are surrounded. But to be honest, that's not a bad thing for us. That just means that we have targets on all sides. Let's stand here. Followed by Argenta, who I guess we can put... God, basically every direction is not good. Let's go here. I think we just try and brace everyone in this area. Kibla, you can probably just go over here. You'll just kill all these people. And then Cassia, I'll put you here. Abelard, put you here. One of the characters is too close to the enemy. Oh, okay, so I can't be there because that's too close. So I'll stand here. Alright. So we'll move to here. And step over here. Let's buff ourselves. And then play
Already
dance.
done? Nothing of value has been lost.
So you're dead. Let me... Death from above here.
You didn't stand a chance.
And then death from above
All
here.
too easy. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Okay. And then... I guess we Veil of Blades in this direction. Okay. Pascal, I guess I'll just have you move over to here and wreck this guy.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Vital functions successfully terminated.
Alright, and we'll drop this on... Be the best place for this. I guess here to hit the most people. So Machine Spirit Communion, and then I guess we'll just take you, mark you.
I am your doom.
Sure about that?
Death to the weak.
Okay, they do quite a lot of damage. So, Argenta, I'm gonna have you shoot at... How far can we go?
I'll do it.
Do this and get +5 AP. And I'll run as far as I can. Switch to the flamer. Activate this.
It's nothing.
And then... We can either do this or we can do this. I think we do this.
You, my emperor.
And then we'll do this. Some more fire on you. We'll reload for free. Then we'll pass.
Storm.
Job, Raquel.
Follow my lead.
No, don't run. Just shoot.
Chaos guides me.
Burn the heretic.
Out of my way.
There's a lot of heretics to burn. Also, hi, Ace. Welcome in. Okay. I think the correct play is... So how far can we jump? We can do 3 steps. No, so if I did that, that wouldn't be far enough. So what I need to do is I need to stand here. Damn. Nowhere seems like it'd be a good spot. I guess I could do this.
Death comes in silence.
Okay, so we'll move here. The oil degradation's very high, so we can't really use too much of our power. And then let's do a regular attack. I guess. Yeah, regular
I shall
attack.
not fail.
Alright, cover you in blood. Flip
The
over
shadows
here.
will see it. Killing
Kill you.
brings me no pleasure.
And then do this. Okay, yeah, so we're pretty much guaranteed to not take damage from this direction.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Alright, several of them are on fire, thankfully. Alright, Cassia, so if we were to do this... not really a good target for that. That wouldn't kill a bunch of people. Zone of Fear. So, what if I was to say... Let's see, is there a group of people that I can put this on top of? Try to move here. Could I... Ooh, okay, my range is very far. Is it just what I can see? Okay. I think it's just what I can see. In which case, let's put it right here.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Death to non-believers.
Alright, and then we still haven't used our other stuff yet, so I think what we do is... We have one more movement that we can use. I think we snipe you.
Try to die with grace, at least.
And then we'll give...
I'm afraid not.
No, she's too far away. We could buff her, but then we couldn't use this on her. Do we have anybody in range? No. Unlimited range is an option. Actually, yeah, let's do that. So buff you, run over here, switch to this.
Guided by faith.
Yeah, let's do Furious Recital. Fire into you.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
And then fire
Faith
into
without
you.
deeds is worthless.
And now we'll just do... one more.
Eradicated.
And then I guess we'll do one
As
more.
the Emperor commands, none can
go.
escape the Emperor's judgment. That is not the Emperor's will.
Good enough. Alright, Cassia, we have a little bit more for you. Can I do anything else here? I guess we'll just buff Pascal. And then... end
Follow
turn.
my lead. Chaos
How are you
guides
doing
me.
tonight, Ace?
Your end is near.
I'll rip that guy. Okay. Abelard. How far can we get you? Not far enough to be able to do anything. What about over here? If I went this way, could you reach anything? No. Okay, so here's what we do. Let's get out of this. And then charge as far as we can go.
At your beck and call. Someone else can do this.
And then we'll activate
We'll rule the
this.
stars themselves.
And then we'll move over to here. Kill you.
One fewer target.
Kill
Indeed.
you. Kill you. Gives us more movement speed. Let me
At your beck
activate
and
this. Alright. And now that's everything that he can do.
Break their morale.
Death to the weak.
My ears
Reduce
are
damage. Pretty good. Got pretty far with my Shark's Tail and done some bits for Ferality. Hell yeah. How are you doing? I'm doing very well. Oh, they just ran right past Argenta. That was not a good idea for you. Oh, and there's ones that spawn next to me. Well, that's mighty unfortunate for you. Okay, so I believe this is on cooldown.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Oh, does that count as a psyker thing? Did I degrade the veil by doing that? Oh, each crit increases veil degradation. Oh, I did not realize that. I'm doing pretty good. So I played Tabletop 40k for the first time in quite a long time yesterday. And while I did win, I would not have minded if I lost. I had a really good time. It was a lot of fun. Okay, can I stand here and just do this? Excellent. And then I guess we'll just analyze you. Love the idea of the tabletop. Would never get into it though. Too expensive. You can play it on Tabletop Simulator. That might be something I do in the future because I do think it'd be fun to like play with people online. Anything else I can do?
Request approved.
Let's just do that. Okay, so let's do let's move here. And we'll shoot
The
you.
enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I refuse.
To Revel and Slaughter. Activate this. We can run and gun. And then I guess we do... Can we just move here and do this? Excellent. Pascal absorbed the damage and they all died. Never thought about that. Might try it. Yeah, I think that that's really fun. I've played a couple of games on Tabletop Simulator, so I know it works pretty well. You just have to get used to the way the Tabletop Simulator works. Some shots are able to pierce enemies through and deal damage not only to them, but also characters standing behind them. So, yep. We over-penetrated, and it did kill all of them. That's
This is unacceptable.
all we can do. Oh, Raquel, please be careful. I'm trying to keep you alive.
Your blood will flow!
Alright, Kibala. Oh, you have so much movement speed because so many kills happened. Oh, we are going all the way over to here. I have so much movement. Okay, so let's flip here.
Ordained.
And then we'll do this,
Death is
which
a
will
blessing.
reverse our movement. And then we'll flip. Oh, we can't get in range to flip there. That's fine. Then we just flip back to here, and we just wait. Cassia, you could give... You could use an extra turn. Maybe if I move to here... Give you a
If I
turn.
may,
Okay, so you don't get any movement, but you don't need it because you can charge.
Victory is imminent.
Alright, and then you get movement because you killed somebody. Alright. And then for the rest of the movement, I guess we'll just do this.
me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
My faith strengthens me.
Nice, nice.
Out of my way.
Oh, ill-advised. Oh, and he gets an instant turn because he killed somebody. Oh, Abelard, you are doing numbers now.
A tactically sound approach.
Oh,
Reduced to
ads are starting. Just in time for us to finish the combat. Your comm bead comes alive. Victus's voice struggles to get through the thundering static. Lord Captain, this is Boxmaster. Please stand. Immediately send a... Victus, what is going on? Captain, interference, repeat. Posture check in water. Hi, Sass. My posture is okay right now, but I will take a sip. An otherworldly cacophony, which until now resembled the rumbling of distant cannon, suddenly swallows you with its full intensity. The warp energy seemingly burst out of thin air, rushing inside your exposed mind, like an unstoppable wave of filth. For a moment, it feels like your head might explode, but then the sensation retreats, leaving in its wake a different one. There's someone's touch on your temples. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me, the light of my faith in thee. I shall flee before no enemy, For there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice, and I shall overpower him. Argenta prays aloud, all while checking her equipment with deft fingers. Kibble gives you a faint smile and whispers, "A great dance begins, but I am still with you, Domin. Fear not, for I will not let your soul fall into the clutches of unclean. If it comes to it, I will be quicker than them." Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. The whole city's quaking. No, the whole world. Less talk, more action. What's Vigdis saying, Lord Captain? Are they going to send a shuttle for us? We're en route to the starport. Star something that the starport. Opening. Observe disappearance of the star from evacuate. Calm, fall silent. Many eyes stare at you. No, we're not abandoning people in distress. Everyone who can come with us, come with us. Jaspar and I must get weapons. Any weapons. We'll catch up with you at the starport. We might even pick up some people from the garrison or civilians along the way. The sense of alarm is now almost physically drilling through your temples. The fleeting little whispers at the edge of your hearing are sinister and gleeful. All we can do now is try and make it to the starport. The sense of alarm keeps growing stronger, as is the sensation of an intense gaze fixed upon you. Does anyone have any idea what just happened? The final dawn, Argenta says furiously. We stopped short of puzzling out the enemy's entire plan. Oh, Emperor, forgive us this negligence. I swear we will find a way to make it right. A chill runs down your spine. You seem to feel Aurora's gaze upon you once again. Only it is not coming from her corpse any longer, but from elsewhere. Okay. So now we must escape. Reach the starport. Great. Well, let's do our level up. So we get a common talent and a skill. Let's do our recommended. There is none. Okay. In which case, let's see. Closest to bleeding. Crit bonus to axes, hammers, and las weapons. No. Every injury increases the death roll character's agility and willpower by +5. Every trauma counts as 3 injuries. Okay. Enforce reality. Second sight. So Sanguine Siphon might actually be worth taking here. Bonus toughness for psychic bonuses is pretty good. An effect applied by the psychic increases damage suffered by a target. So increased by half again. So I don't have any psychic abilities that are damaging yet, I don't think. Okay.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
So, stabilizing factor might be worth taking to reduce veil degradation. Psychic can use a damaging psychic power on melee range. Non-damaging psychic powers do not provoke this even without talent. No, we don't need that. I think we take... Let's see. I'm leaning towards taking either Psychic Barrage for range when we get a damaging psychic ability, or Stabilizing Factor. Or Sanguine Siphon, which would also be nice. Let's take Stabilizing Factor. And then skill-wise... I guess we could take Athletics. Yeah, let's just take Athletics. Alright. Next up, Argenta. So, bonus to cover. After the soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, 20% more damage for their next attack in the current combat. That's pretty good. Litany of Hatred. So, after using War Hymn or Furious Recital, the priests themselves and their allies in a 5-cell radius deal bonus damage equal to half the number of Zeal stacks you have, which Furious Recital gives us bonus stacks of Zeal. How do we get Zeal again? How do we get it? Do we have another... Is there another ability that gives me Zeal? Emperor protects, maximum wounds. I think we take Rack and Ruin, because this lets us set up a really crazy combo with a Flamer. And I think that that'll be good in the future. And then we get a common talent. Let's see. I think we just take... So Litany of Hatred is bonus weapon damage. Or we do bonus... we could do direct damage to a bunch of enemies and then also penalize their like attack bonuses. I think Litany of Hatred, because that'll give us a bonus to damage that's doubled when fighting against demons and Xenos and stuff. Alright, Pascal. What do you want? Exposed weakness also reduces enemy's toughness and willpower. Yeah, let's take that. Actually. And then we could raise perception, ballistic skill, or weapon skill. I think we need to raise his ballistic skill. Alright, officer. When an ally uses a heroic act, they get 10% of their max wounds plus 11 temporary wounds. An officer uses an ability on an ally, they get a bonus to perception and ballistic. They stack, but are lost at the end of the target's turn. Officer targets an ally, that ally's resolve is increased by +1. Okay. I think we just want to keep taking our navigator talents. Allies that are targeted by the powers gain plus 10% armor. Do we have anything that lowers veil degradation? Whenever the navigator uses navigator power that has not been used, they gain +2 perception until end of combat. That's pretty nice. When the navigator uses navigator power... Okay, yes, stable routes. So we take this so we can start reducing veil degradation, and then we can start taking things that give buffs based on how low veil degradation is. Let's take commerce, because you're our commerce person. You also might end up being our lore Imperium person as well. Alright, Kibela, what do you get? Bloody Mess is just bonus critical damage. Dance of Blood deals bonus damage if both the ally and their target stand on the blood-covered cells. Dual weapon combat. Can attack with a second weapon in their current weapon set in addition to the usual one. Dual weapon combat might be good. Melee weapon specialist. No. Poetry of Pain is a Drakari thing. Chain weapon could be good. Chain weapon attacks gaining bonus damage. I think we take Dance of Blood, because then we can set up more damage for our allies. And lacking a better choice, I guess we just take awareness. Alright, and then Abelard, what do you get? So, Desolation, bonus damage to enemies that have no allies nearby. Bonus damage against targets not wielding a melee weapon. Let's just do this one, because this seems like we can start picking off people with him. I don't really need him to be good at any of these, so I guess we'll just give you Medicae. Alright. Now let's get out of here. Okay, so which way? Make sure we don't actually need any of this stuff. No. Nope. Okay. Yeah, we'll just shove all of this in cargo. All right. Let's try and escape. So... Oh. Did you think you had one enemy of mine? Oh. Thank you for the Prime sub. 2 months in a row. Wow. Nice. Thank you so much, Ace. I appreciate that. I'm glad to be worth your Prime money. That is high praise.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oh. Hang on. That's like beeping in my ear is my headset not being charged. There we go. Okay, gonna have to be a little careful.
The glow of emergency beacons in the darkness is more familiar to me.
Oh, there we go.
Die quickly.
Oh!
Masters demand your death!
Hello. Chaos spawn. So let's go here. Abelard, you can be here. Pascal... Put you here. Kibla, I'll put you over here. Cassia, you can be here. Argenta, I guess I'll put you here.
Crush the feeble.
Ill-advised. Nice try. Okay, so I guess let's try to
I'll
run
do
and
it.
gun. And I'll move over to here. And then
God
concentrated
Emperor,
fire.
move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
And then we will burst fire. Actually, can I just yell get down? Oh, this is functionally the
As the
same. We'll
Emperor
just do this.
commands.
Good enough. And then shoot you. Nice. Extremely rude.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Oh, there's even more chaos spawn over here? Good lord.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Okay, they're trying to flank us. So, let me just go ahead and do this. So, can I flip to here?
Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Not
Do
a
this.
problem for me.
Flip around a lot. And then I guess we just keep doing this.
Nothing I can't do.
And then pass. Cassia. Okay, so I think we can give me
I'm
an
not
extra turn.
accustomed to being ordered around.
Do this. Alright, so that's one chaos spawn down. And then we'll flip over here. Kill you.
Isn't this a
Kill
job for
you.
the serfs?
Oh, we missed. Let's buff you. And then pass the turn. Okay, there's a leader. Abelard. Can we get you in range to do anything? I don't think so. So I think we just put you over
Tried
here.
and tested tactics are the best ones.
And no, we literally can't do anything, so I think we just charge forward. And then brace for impact. I don't think it's gonna get to me. No, it can't go fast enough. Alright, Kibla, you have a ton of movement speed, so we're just gonna get you over to here.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Alright. So let's do
Trust me.
Raining Blood. And we'll just do
I
Blade
shall
Dance.
not fail. My blade whispers your name.
And then I guess we'll do this
The
way.
shadows will let your soul be purged.
Then I will flip here. And we'll do this. So you'll wound yourself, but then you'll get bonuses. We'll analyze you. And then Next shot will ignore cover. So shoot you. Nope, we missed. Joint analysis so that people can do bonus damage. We'll pass. Oh, I will take another sip. Yes, thank you. Okay. Argenta. So, can I shoot from up here to down there? No. Okay, in which case, can I move here and do that? No. So let me... I can't run and gun. Can I do anything
Faith
there?
without deeds is worthless.
Once per combat we can do that. Let's do firearm mastery. Just take a couple shots at you.
I will not. That is not the Emperor's will.
Alright, so then we reload and we end the turn. Oh, ill-advised.
Curse you, miscreant!
Okay, Chaos Spawn cannot kill me. Let's just buff... I guess let's buff
Suits my
you.
purposes.
Try and lower Veil Degradation a little bit. And then that's all we can do. Cassia. So Cassia move forward. And then
That is
buff.
foolishness.
Oh, she's already overexerted. Alright. So if I target here, I could damage them. Are they immune to fear? I don't know. I guess I'm better off just shooting.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Do damage. Wow. The warp effects here are definitely chugging the frame rate. Actually, let me see if I can turn that down a little bit. What can I turn down to do that? Maybe if I turn down the shadow quality one step? Oh, much better. I think the warp effects were actually casting shadows on the, like, fallen stuff. Okay, in which case, let's buff you. And then give you an extra turn.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright. Then I guess we pass the turn. That's your turn. So Abelard's gonna go next.
Such is the will of chaos.
Go here. And then we'll charge...
My place is at the fore.
Oh, whoops. Did not actually attack him. That's fine. So now... I think what we do here is Reckless Strike. And then cut into you. And that's all we got. Okay, tried to bite. That's fine. Do this.
This goes against the tenets.
And we do a regular attack this way. Spread some more blood everywhere. And then now we do this. Pascal, you can get closer and I guess toss that out over
The
here.
order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
No line of sight.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Alright, we'll do that. Shoot you. Oh, unfortunately that hit Kibula.
I will not die in dishonor.
Okay. Analyze you. No. Analyze you. That's all we can do. Okay, thankfully she can deal with anything that's in front of her right now. Including Flamer. Argenta, so you're now in vision range. Let me do this.
Doubt is for the weak.
Yeah, let's just
I'll
keep
do
doing
it.
that. And then I guess we'll Furious Zeal? Or Furious Recital?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Reload.
I'll do it.
Then I'll prepare for the next ranged attack to do a lot. Fight on Kibula. Alright, so move to here, switch to the sniper rifle. Can't see anybody. What if I'm up here? I can if I'm up here. Okay, well let's kill
I shall
you.
not fear.
Nope. Did not shoot through the wall, unfortunately. Well, that's fine. We'll just switch to this. Cassia. I think we do this.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Let's do this. So Blade Dance. This kills all targets. And then we'll pass, because that will hold for our Death from Aboves that we're going to use later. And then from here...
Battlefields are always
Shoot
drowned
you.
in scarlet.
Got you. We could give somebody another turn, but I don't think it's going to be useful. I guess maybe you might be able to hit this guy.
Doubt is for the weak.
Nope. Okay, that's fine.
I am your doom.
Alright, cultist. Nice try. Can I reach you with a charge?
I've seen worse battles
I
than this in my
can.
time.
Hello.
I'd rather not.
Die. And then we'll move on to you. So you can run all the way over to here and then just start flipping to get to him. Okay, and then we will kill you with
Come.
this.
The other side awaits.
And then that's all we need to do over here. In fact, let's rewind you so you're in safety. All right. Pascal, I'll move you over here. All right. Argenta, I'll start moving you back here. I don't think you can hit this guy.
Fury.
But if you can, cool. No. Nice try. Alright. So I'm just going to flip over to here
Tactics are flawless.
and kill you.
You didn't stand a chance.
I believe that's everybody. It is. All right, cool. Check the leader, who had a psychic staff of some kind. Heretical chess piece, no. Okay. Is there any other, like, notable loot around here? Just grab the loot while we can. The rest of those are bodies. We have to go this way now. Just the beginning enemy of mine. Okay, well. You say so.
Victory awaits.
That was a hell of a combat. They're coming, one following in the other's footsteps. The aurora of the morning and the aurora of the evening. Alright, get to the starport. Yep, just shove it all in the port. Alright.
The anarchy at the starport will distress the hallowed machine spirits of the Voidcraft, rendering them deaf to all litanies of placation. The shuttle we use for the evacuation must be handled with caution.
Okay.
With all due respect to your faith, Haneman, if we find a working shuttle, we will worry about restoring the machine spirit's equipment.
Cries of mercy.
Ah, yes.
Corpse starch.
Alright, Argenta, you can stand here. For me, I will stand here. Pascal, I guess I'll put you here. Abelard, you can go as far to the front as you are comfortable doing. Kibala, you can go here. And then Cassia, I will put you somewhere safe. Oh. Oh, Lord. What on earth? Screamer of Zinch. Great. Excellent. Alright. Kibala, you are up first, so let's have you go over here and blade dance this guy to death, hopefully.
And shield.
I've suffered worse.
Caught by the web.
Oh, apparently that does potentially affect my own characters. I guess we jump to here. And then let's do this and buff my allies. Do this. Give Abelard a little bit of blood. And then we'll block everything from this direction. Let's buff you. Lower veil degradation. Alright, I will run here and death... well, no.
Never
Run here
wavered
first.
in the face of adversity.
Blade dance. Alright, that's 2 kills. Step forward and... shoot you.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Flip over to here. Kill you. Flip over to here, kill you. And then flip over to here and kill you. Oh, you parried. Can I kill you with this? Yeah, okay. And we don't have enough AP to rewind, so, but we don't need to.
Let's get to it.
I'll live another day.
Alright. Abelard. Do the thing.
Follow my lead. One fewer target. I will
Alright.
do my duty.
So do this. We've killed quite a lot of dudes. Alright, Abelard. You just keep doing your
I'm not
thing.
interested.
Heroic act. So,
Indeed.
do this. Do this. And then we'll do it one more time.
Reduced to dust.
Then we'll run over here and kill you. Oh, not quite. I guess braced? Brace for impact?
The Lex is inescapable.
Oh, somehow I thought that was their reinforcements, so no, that's our reinforcements. To be honest, I don't think we actually needed your help. I think we've got this.
Didn't think that one coming.
Alright, well the Screamer's almost dead. Can I get in range to get a shot on it? No. That's an extremely low chance to hit anything. I guess what we'll do is run and gun so that we can get in range. That will put us in range to be able to shoot these guys.
Guided by faith.
And then we do this. Oh, glorious. Oh, unfortunately that missed. That's okay. Reload. You did one shot the other guys, so fine. Cassia. Okay, so Cassia, can you do me a favor and give Argenta
Step
another
aside.
turn?
The navigator is coming.
Alright, Argenta. Round 2. Can you do anything about this? No line of sight. Kill this guy. Yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, this does not give us movement. Alright, Cassia. Now, let's see. What else is looking at us? Tell you what. Argenta, how would you like an extra turn? Let me move to here, and we'll just do... They're really in a good line for me to overkill them. Alright, well, whatever. We'll just do it like this.
Strike
you.
is a prayer.
Kill you. Excellent. Cassia, kill that guy. And then... I guess we'll buff ourselves and then pass the turn? To be honest, I don't really think we need the rest of you guys.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
So we'll analyze
The
you.
Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
Here we go.
Oh, ill-advised.
Out of my way.
Okay. Now what? It gets an attack of opportunity, does 0 damage. Nice. We're kind of like styling on these guys.
Confidence on full display.
Get him, Glido. Get him again. Get him again.
Forward. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Nice.
Costly mistake.
Nice, nice. Oh, we have so much movement. Oh my god. Okay, let's go to over here. And so we'll go over here, which is not all of our movement, but a lot of our movement. And then we'll do this. Play Dance to Kill You. Which... Oh, unfortunately that does eat the rest of our movement. So... Yeah, I think we wait from there. I don't think I can get in range to hit the only remaining person. We'll just buff Abelard
I don't have time for this.
so that he can do it. Alright, Abelard, do your thing. Surprisingly, that did not kill him. So we'll do this, and then we'll
Tactically
charge.
sound approach.
I guess that's one way to finish it. Just walk away and then charge back at him. Solomorn's chest plate is punctured in multiple places and his face stained with blood, but his gaze remains clear and firm. So alive, rogue trader. Good. You spot just as many wounds on Glyto. There are burns and cuts all over the coat, and one of the visors is broken. And yet, there's nothing in the Cybermassive's straight posture that would indicate pain, if pain is even something this dog can feel. Oh. Those wounds look bad. Let me offer you first aid. I would have accepted your offer, but we still have Medicaid kits. Not many, but it should last us until we get to the shuttles, which is all we need. What is happening in the starport? Panic and heresy. The people are ready to crush each other to reach the shuttles, which makes them easy targets for the enemy. Where'd the governor go? I don't know. He waited for you, under Arbetes' escort, to burn the heretic's body and conclude the ceremony. But when the sun went out and the enemies came at us from every crack in the rockcrete, he panicked and ran. Not the smartest choice. He would have been safer with us. Well, it appears you've hit a dead end. Not yet, it hasn't. A crooked smile crosses his face. We did find something on the port terminal. Shortly after the tide was hauled away, a suspicious ship took off the planet, and I already know how to track it down. I see you're trying not to flee. I see you're not trying to flee and have chosen to fight instead. I commend your resolve. Actually, our plan is to retreat. The rebels are one thing, but there's nothing we can do against the warp forcing its way in, and that's a fact. Dalmor spits out a mouthful of blood. This battle was forced on us. We had to keep the heretics away from the terminal until the machine spirits finished transferring the data to our shuttle. Speaking of shuttles, the ship we hired has turned tail and left orbit, so I must turn to you with a request. Take my squad aboard, and we will disembark on the first world or station with access to a void ship. We cannot die here while whoever stole the tithe is enjoying their freedom. You know, I will consider it an honor to assist you. We need time to dress our wounds and regroup. We'll cover your retreat and make sure there is no attack from the rear. Get to the shuttle first and we'll be right behind you. Understood. I have a few things I want to check first. First and foremost, the goods. Take all the stuff. Is there anything else around here? I think that's all of this stuff here.
Follow my lead.
Oh, the Technomat never had a chance to activate it. That's a shame. Oh, some goods. Goods that I didn't notice before. Let me grab those. A pyromancer's staff, you say? Alright, Abelard, let's get out of here. Alright. So, can I use that? I cannot, because I am not a pyromancer. Unfortunately. Can't use that because I'm not divination. Okay. Pick the lock. Light flak armor. Interesting. All right.
It's about time.
Okay, so this wasn't the exit. I guess we have to go... Oh yeah, we have to keep going this way. We found our shuttle. The stench of Physaline and blood blankets the starport. Echoes of shouts and gunfire drift over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amid the crowd huddled next to the shuttles. He was the soldier who greeted you upon your arrival on Ricad Minoris. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of his high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight, and many bear wounds left by bayonets. Examine the people in front of the shuttle. Some of the nobles are paralyzed with fear, others have succumbed to despair. Two corpses lie on the ground with their arms outstretched. Black blood is pooled under one of them. The other skull has been split open like a nut, encircled by a pinkish crimson halo of bone splinters and bits of brain matter. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Governor, would you care to explain to me what is going on here? The governor turns to you, but does not get the chance to say anything as Malgar strikes him with a stun baton. Don't trouble yourself, Lord Governor. I'll explain. Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now, when things got rough, they thought they could scarper and leave us here to die. We've shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide for him. And after all that, you think that's fair, you piece of rock shit. Malgar's stun baton hits the governor in the chest, causing adornments on the governor's uniform to jingle in unison. The governor spits out blood and opens his mouth to respond. When his head explodes, his body falls limp to the side, his remaining eyes staring upwards. Ugh. The chorus of the nobles' screams cannot drown out the sergeant's pitiful whisper. Enough. You've said your piece. For generations upon generations, the nobles of this world cared for Ricad Minoris and ensured the prosperity of its inhabitants. And this is your gratitude, peasant. For killing a nobleman, you deserve to be executed where you stand. Cassia throws out her hand and Malgar's knees buckle. My mentor was right, that the rabble truly have no honor. Abelard looks at the governor's body, his brow furrowed. Madness, punishable by death. Ooh. Okay, so acting like an executioner, you give such a right. Okay, so we have a persuasion. I care nothing for these people, just get me and my retinue off the planet. Now is not the time to massacre each other. It's not the first time I've done the impossible. I will get everyone out of here, including your men. Another in your position could have forgotten that the Emperor protects all of his subjects, but surely not you. It is your duty to help everyone who can. Look at yourself. Servant to the God Emperor. Whom do you serve? Humanity or its foes? How dare you speak of justice with kindred blood on your hands? No, I think we do the persuasion. Because I do think that deep down he does just want to protect the people. The governor just tried to flee. I don't know why you stick up for these parasites. They never would have helped someone like me, but they don't deserve either. They don't deserve to die either. You're right about that. Not all of them, at least. The dull thud comes from deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps shake the rockcrete, raising an unpleasant tremor in your bones. Stumbling over my words already. Ah, our shuttle exploded. Oh.
For I am Aurora. I am the herald of change. Behold the final dawn and die.
I see.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Death to the false emperor.
Oh, I love the music for the boss fight. All right. Let's put you here. Put you here. You here. Allard, I'll put you on this side. Put you on this side. Oh, he's immediately running, coward. Oh no, he's just trying to get in line. Oh my god. Alright, well in that case... I think we just do this. And start building up flame on you.
This is unacceptable.
Do what damage we can. How much zeal do we have? Not enough.
Let's make it quick.
Alright, Abelard, you can deal with them.
Let's get to it.
Kibala, do the thing. So do your blade dance. Okay, so this is our best weapon. Let me flip to the other side of you.
Ordains.
And then
Trust
do
me.
this.
No.
And then we'll do this. Alright, Abelard. Do what you can.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Darn. I was hoping you could get a little bit further.
It
Whatever.
will be done.
I'll charge this way and then... Oh, almost killed him with the return fire. Endure. So braced is deflection. Yeah, so let's do that. And then we'll pass the turn. And now it's our turn, and we'll stand here and buff ourselves.
Suits my purposes.
And then we'll
All
do this.
too easy.
Alright, Aurora. You tell me how that's going.
Not my specialty.
So I think we just use
Nothing,
this.
there's nowhere to hide.
just raise Veil Degradation, but that's okay. And then I'll just do like this. Okay.
If I may.
Abelard, do the thing.
Victory is...
Excellent. Thank you, Abelard. And then I could grenade you. No, I think what we do is we stand here and we snipe you.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
We did hit you. Alright, Pascal. I'm gonna leave you to deal with them. You can do this. Alright, and then...
Running binary.
Let's hit you with that. We can't hit you with this, but we can hit you. And we'll joint analysis. And I guess we'll just do this on you. Okay. Okay, so he tried to do something, but he couldn't. Argenta, move in a position where you're not gonna accidentally shoot us.
Rejoice in battle!
Okay.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
So we'll Furious Recital and then go from there.
Let's get to it.
Alright, Rebel Leader's running. Kibla. So let's do
As the
this.
tenets demand.
Alright. And then let's do this.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed.
We're gonna do so much damage with this. Alright. We're gonna hop back in place. Oh, we get so many hits.
My blade
Oh, you are
whispers your
hella
name.
dead. Alright. So, Raining Blood. And then Rewind. Oh, that didn't count as a melee. Well, doesn't matter.
The shadows will see it done.
Alright, Abelard.
One fewer target.
Just keep going.
Not a problem. Nothing of
Got him.
value has been lost.
Alright, and then we'll buff you, I guess. Alright, Cassia. Do the thing.
Isn't this a job for the...
Pascal, how far does your gun go? Really not far enough. That's fine. Okay. I am gonna stand up for a sec because the ads are running, but, I mean, combat is basically over. We just have to kill that one guy. So, I will return shortly. And we're back. Sorry about that. Alright, let's at least try to see if we can get in range to do anything about this guy.
Request denied.
Can I... Does this... Okay.
Cogitation failed.
He's out of range. Okay. Okay, I think we just need to wait until we have... Oh. Okay. So, Kibula does not have an extra attack. So it does not matter. Go as far as we can. Okay. I have a sniper rifle. Let me see if I can hit this guy. Nope. 17% chance. Unfortunately not. What about you? Can you hit this guy? Yes. Okay, finally. Combat ended. Sweet. Alright, let's loot him. Life-draining sword. Gem of Dark Vitality. And then a Bringer of Terror. Well, I'm sure these are good, but I can't use them. Is there anything else worth grabbing over here? Rip that shuttle. There's like one other thing over here. Grab that. Shuttle has been burned and will never fly again. The pilot's chart body is stiff, the hand still clutching the levers. Oh, my poor pilot. Okay, well, I think that's everything. Get out of here. Rebel's sniper rifle is pretty good. Okay. Collect all the things. What did she just do? Thanks be to the Emperor. You are alive, your lordship. We are most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. Before anything else, I want to know what happened to the sun. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approach the sun. Black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star, and then, my apologies, but I struggle to find the words that could describe that terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. Interrogator closes his eyes and grimaces. Drukhari. You see Abelard's expression change, as if a shadow has suddenly fallen over him. He rubs his temples wearily. As if we did not have enough troubles on our hands already. The Xenos. Enemies of humanity. Heinrich nods. A breed of the Eldari, the most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of their ships matches the description provided by the Voxmaster. Like all Xenos, the Drukhari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect. And many of those creations are capable of things that seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of a sun is one example of what they are capable of. Do we know if they're in league with the cultists? We can rule out that possibility. The Drukhari would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worshippers. If I had to name one thing that humanity and these Xenos have in common, it would be their shared loathing of warp corruption. Heinrich glances around. The situation calls for immediate action, Deckard. We can continue this conversation later if you so wish, but right now, he gestures at the deck teeming with tumultuous activity. I believe you should assume command. What is the current situation on board? The Navigator's sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engine seals. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. Pascal's voice buzzes anxiously from his vox. It may be angry, or perhaps it is lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. If the Omnissiah grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. What is happening on the planet? Our augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the archenemy's powers at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there is practically no resistance being offered by the governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles. Is there any hope of retaking the planet? I fear that Ricard Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave this system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have the shuttles salvaged from the starport. The Dark Eyes of the Sister Battle Flash. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Ardenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from the corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving those people who at this moment look into the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the Holy Relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the electro-priests who guard and tend to it. Abelard furrows his brows. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Ricard Minoris. The Von Valencius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish, and so, lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. Heinrich's eyes, like two deep, dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge towards death. The finale of the cult of the Final Dam's plans. Wow, what a sentence, tripping me up. I once witnessed a similar event, a world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy, and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation, and they are willingly giving their souls over to chaos, a sacrifice great enough to bring forth a Daemon world. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing on the Electropriest Monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death. We will save Ricard Minoris from becoming an outpost of the archenemy. Only death can rescue these people. The Undying One has reached out his hand to this world. It is time for him to reap his harvest. We must not reject his design lest millions of names never reach him, and instead perish in the depths of the Empyrean. Death is a mercy, Domin Deckard. Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you to make it haste. The planet is burning and rage is flashing of crimson and purple. I can see it even from orbit, as do I see the storm is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows ever more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents. I'm with the lady on this. Enough talking. We need to get out of here while we still can. Something. Ooh, hang on. Get out of here, you. Something lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles at the passing thought of saving people. The spike of horror you feel takes your breath away. It is as if you are planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread stretching out from the warp. It deserves to have a new master. Okay. So we have a choice to make here, and whatever choice we make will have consequences of some kind. So the thing is, I don't think we could save enough people to have any noticeable impact. And because the sun is gone, people are going to be freezing to death shortly anyway. So, like, maybe we might save a few people, but it would suck to lose the generator but detonating the generator would prevent this from becoming a demon world, and it would prevent them from being consumed by demons. This is a tough choice. Who could we evacuate? The nobles you rescued at the starport have given the coordinates of shelters where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. As for Sergeant Melgar's troops, they will help to control the crowds of the frightened commoners and prevent the shelters from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we have salvaged many shuttles from the starport we can now use. Why can we not try to evacuate at least some of the people? For the simple reason that the transformation process will soon become irreversible and our sole weapon against it useless. The energy released by the bombardment could stoke the warp energies. I've never witnessed the aftermath of bombing a Daemon world before, but there is enough evidence of such attempts for me to say with confidence that you do not want to see it. Okay, so the problem is, if we save the commoners, there are almost assuredly going to be cultists that are hiding among them. That's just guaranteed. There's going to be some cultists hiding. So I don't think that's safe. And I don't know if I agree that the nobles should necessarily be saved. The thing is, the voice in my head was, like, visibly distressed at the idea that we would deprive the warp of this prize. And so, even though I don't necessarily agree with it, like, personally, I do think this might actually be the correct answer. Because I feel like... It's so hard. This is 40K being at its finest as a grimdark game. So, because my first instinct is to try and save people, but I know for a fact that this is not going to end well. And I don't agree that the nobles deserve to be saved, and there's no guarantee that the nobles haven't also, like, thrown their lot in with the cultists. And if we save the reactor, then it turns into a demon world. Probably. Maybe not guaranteed, but probably. Okay. I think while this is probably the correct answer, I am hesitant to be one to call for exterminatus. And we might... The fusion reactor might be usable for something else. So... After all that humming and hawing, I am gonna save the reactor. Because... there's no guarantee that this will even stop what's happening. But the reactor could potentially be used later. So, any delay caused by loading and transporting to the ship will cost us precious time. Do not deceive yourself. If you indulge your vanity, you will do billions to eternal torment at the hands of the archenemy. Ooh. Okay, so we get one chance, but we can basically tell him... We can tell him no, we refuse. Or we can tell him, no, you're right, let's blow it up. Okay. They're definitely making this tough. The thing is, there's no guarantee that this will save them anyway. With how many cultists there are already, like, this may not even help. So I think we have to go with the first option. Do not forget yourself, Interrogator. One more objection from you and I shall forget all about the need to deliver you to Footfall alive. You take Afflictor of something beneath Heinrich's sanguine mask. Whatever it may be, it does not seep into the Interrogator's dispassionate voice. In that case, I consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the archenemy could infiltrate the ship with the priest escorting the reactor. Keep that in mind in the future. Consider it done. It is likely our shuttles will have capacity to evacuate some people as well. Ooh, okay, so we do have the option to save people. Because we saved multiple shuttles. Okay. Do we save the nobles, or do we save the commoners? I do think the nobles are less likely to be corrupted by chaos. But I think I'm leaning towards the commoners. Even though I'm pretty sure that there's going to be cultists among them. Okay, we'll save the commoners. Consider it done. This will bring us to limit our capabilities. We have no more shuttles to use in the evacuation effort. The bridge is in upheaval. The Technomat's prayers mix together in a senseless cacophony, while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred unguents from the warp engine's components. In the middle of all this tumult stands Pascal, with the data slate clutched in his hand, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. Let's see. Crew, heed the word of Magos Huneman. Pascal, I kindly request that you take charge of this mess. Thank you, your lordship. You are right. Pascal's voice changes when he addresses the crew. He now speaks with authority and resolve. Tech comrades, heed my instruction. The mayhem immediately subsides, and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah's servants start working in sync, and the binary clamor becomes a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates with a skillful conductor. Admirably done, Pascal. The Omnissiah guides me. The prayers of the tech priests surrounding the cogitator almost drown out the sounds of the bustling bridge behind you. Pascal, poring intently over the data slate in his hands, extends a mechadendrite toward you. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. Step up to the cogitator. The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens. The blinking lights and endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water, and a vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind. The typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as the gate to the warrant chamber. Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. Senior technomats, recite the prayer to generate the current data report. Operations will be marked with the capanological protocol Omnissiah Rejoice. I must inform you that for the purposes of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating of its datasmith blessings are required. If this is not done, then at launch the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. Pascal looks down at the data slate in his hands. A minor deviation from the rite of operation for the sake of appeasing the spirit. What must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the Cogitator Guardian, the cyber gargoyle which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core where the machine spirit dwells. To it, we will offer our prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextant. Pascal's voice grows quieter. The laws of the Omnissiah know no exceptions, and so in this ritual I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful machine spirit in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, and may we receive his blessing. Place your hand in the cyber gargoyle's mouth. Metaljaw clamps down your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath and releasing warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image on the vid screen before you changes. Connecting. 00001, 00002, 00003. Success registration. Action success initializing ID 8627. Operating system operate. Respite act. Okay. Reach out and touch the keys on the instrument panel. Damn stab. Okay. Lord Captain, Pascal stops and then continues more calmly. Please, you will anger the machine server before you have removed the restriction. What does it all mean? At the sound of your voice, the Cogitator's servant, whose bronze-bound skeleton is built into the Cogitator housing, shudders. With a screech, its skull rotates towards you, then stops in that position. Benevolent code, a voice receptor. Pascal emits a sequence of binaric signals and then is silent for several seconds. I hypothesize that the defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, but no processed response. A temporary override is permissible. The Magos intently studies the vidscreen. The shell was created on a forge world unknown to me, initiating standard invocation of the machine spirit. Pascal leans over the adjacent instrument panel and sets his hands on the controls. At the same time, a quiet stream of machine code begins pouring forth from his vox. Lord Captain, I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. The voice receptor will receive the vocal entry. Without your sanction, the machine spirit will not accept the data from the warp sextant. Well, by my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. One of the Cogitator's vid screens turns red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling the rest of the tech priest, then withdraws a connector from his sleeve and connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit, so that it may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypts to the warp engine, one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pascal inserts them in the Cogitator's slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy censer's foul-smelling clouds of smoke, and from the loss of the blood that cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world spins before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pascal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the vidscreens. Suddenly, he stops dead. No. His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command. His mechadendrites, clicking their pincers, pull at one lever after another. The vidscreens fill with strings of symbols, completely incomprehensible, but clearly conveying something to the Magos. What is happening? After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the Cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flames and gives off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the Omnissiah's servants break off from their prayers, and someone bursts into frantic pleading. Pascal mournfully grates out. The massive errors in the warp sextant's calculation is destroying the data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped. A moment later, the Magos continued uncertainly. Perhaps an alternative Horizon protocol, or an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils. The tech priests bend over the cogitator, but something in his pose and movements reveals his desperation. While the other vid screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and its static images changes. Pascal is too engrossed in his ritual to notice. Magos Hanuman, a moment if you will. Pascal turns towards you, his flickering visor betraying his anxious state. Lord Captain, He stops short when he sees the vidscreen. Distorted transmissions from the data core, most likely the residual cognitive functions of the built-in servitors. Omnisire shield us from machine ghosts. He returns to manipulating the cogitator's command rooms. Machine spirit, can you hear me? The cogitator's servant creaks quietly in its joints, a sound that is drowned out by the Banaric hymns and tapping of command runes. Prompt. Ping. Request response. Injury. Rescue. Query. Let's see. Machine spirit, this is the Lord Captain of this vessel. Obey me and start the warp engine. Pascal's voice shakes with tension. That was a non-executable request, Lord Captain. Even if the voice receptor could interpret such a... Pascal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vid screen begin to stabilize one after another. The strings frenetically galloping across the green background are replaced with stable images or regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. The tech priest's vox crackles in shock, but his report is as clipped and clinical as ever. Registering. Warp sextants activated. Registering. Data stream stabilizing. Registering. 0 data errors found. Reporting. The warp engine is ready for translation. After a pause, Pascal adds, I am also reporting evidence indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion. Thou shalt witness the mechanisms that toils in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation. Lord Captain, Rever here. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier, and I've just received confirmation from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We're ready to begin the translation to the warp, your lordship. What just happened? Pascal pauses. I hypothesized that the ship's spirit heard our prayers and intervened. It summoned the power of the Omniscience to do something beyond my comprehension. It appears the Omniscience perceives and knows the power of your faith, Pascal. He would not have worked this miracle otherwise. I hope he will grant me a revelation that will allow me to comprehend the nature of this miracle. Pascal's vox buzzes with wonder and an undercurrent of exultation. I know little of the Omniscience's sacred machines, but what I saw on the stream looked strange. A non-standard output of information lost in the data core. The servitors used as data conduits are not always fully lobotomized. Fragments of their thoughts can appear even in pure code. Pascal falls silent, immersed in thought. Lord Captain speaking. I give the order to commence translation to the warp. Waiting for you to ascend the Captain's throne, Lord Captain. May the Emperor protect us. Alright. To our throne we go. Avoiding this hellish nightmare. So they didn't create a black hole, they stole the light from the star, which is different. Everyone's freaking out. Oh, I like the touch that they seal the windows because the warp is dangerous.
Valencia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void shift plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius.
I guess we never had a chance to do the funeral.
Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
We've completed chapter 1. All right. Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orcelia informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Furibundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. The Furibundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperial outpost with a functioning wharf in the Coronis Expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp, and to allow the servants of the Omnissiah to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. The prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate, Dargonus, Janus, and Kiavagama. Master Zachary Wise has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. The Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible. Footfall, a place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he'll be interested in talking to you as well. I'll be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Your Lordship, young Yvain Winterscale has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality and for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Yvain swears he will not forget his debt. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection right, this unit discovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Deckard von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator provided that he possesses the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pascal's mechanical voice. Thank you once again for rescuing my squad, rogue trader. We will disembark on Footfall. The trail of evidence leads to the docks. It wouldn't hurt to pay the Liege a visit. I'm sure he will graciously extend his cooperation to the Arbites. Are you leaving us, Heinrichs? The arrangement between the Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall and no further. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have. Well, I hope we meet again. True servants of the Emperor are always welcome aboard my ship. Heinrichs regards you with a curious look and a polite smile. An interrogator of the Inquisition seldom gets to hear such words. Thank you for your hospitality. Will not forget it. Solomorn, do you need any help with your investigation? Right at this moment, unlikely. We've considerable amounts of dirty and routine work ahead of us, such as checking cogitator logs and questioning the station's residents, including its less palatable individuals. None of that is worth the rogue trader's time, I assure you. Still, should circumstances change, I'll absolutely welcome the aid of such a dependable ally such as yourself. Argenta, who is the Reverend? He is the head of the Drusian mission on Footfall, and one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your void ship, I request that we meet with Reverend Hieronymus. Okay. The shed blood has washed away the taint from our bodies. It is only right that we now wash our souls with the blessings of the servant of the Undying One. The Drusians, like the Bloodspud Web, are devoted to asceticism, rejecting wealth and luxury and surrendering themselves to his service. Though their thread is different from ours, the first spinner spoke of them with respect. Okay. Vigdis, what can you tell me about the system? Burabundus is valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. The system is mostly known for Footfall, the main base for merchants, privateers, and rogue traders traversing the Coronis Expanse. Additionally, the star itself is orbited by an Adeptus Mechanicus station, which is off-limits to outsiders. Altar Templum Calixtus X-17. I had the honor of tending to this shrine for a few thousand cycles. I suggest you abstain from visiting it, as most tech comrades at the station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted. Is there anything else I need to know about Footfall? It's the largest port and the trading capital of the Coronis Expanse. It has a dockyard that will allow us to inspect and repair the Void Ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir, the Coronis Expanse Communications Nexus. Not to mention pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen gangs, groups, and factions. In the Coronis Expanse, the Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble its central worlds, but so long as Footfall serves the God Emperor, insofar as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium, although I've heard that the ties it sends are underwhelming, to say the least. Due to Footfall's remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, enough to warrant summary execution. Moreover, Footfall is the domain of the rogue traders, who transcend certain Imperial laws by virtue of the warrant they bear. Okay, well, where are we going after that? As soon as we solve the issues plaguing the ship and establish contact with the key worlds of your protectorate, the time will come for your Magnae Assessio, the official ceremony of donning the mantle of the rogue trader. It is mostly a formality at this point. You already possess the privileges granted by the warrant. And yet it is a major milestone in your personal history, the moment your name graces the list of heads of the Von Valencia's dynasty. We are all looking forward to that day, Lord Captain. Abelard, do you know anything about the Liege? Vladimir Takara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversation a baptism of fire in Footfall's political arena. Such things are not spoken out loud, but Liege Takara is the appointee of the Kasbalika mission, the largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Calixus sector. They specialize in the cold trade, the buying and selling of all kinds of Xenos rubbish. Footfall was previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by Vladimir Takara, whose appointment benefits not only the Kasbalika, but also their most powerful ally in the Coronis Expanse, rogue trader Caligos Winterscale. Vladimir is a slippery yet cautious fellow. He does not usually beat around the bush, and he does not play mind games. Perhaps more importantly, he is no fool. Fools do not rise this high in the Kasbalikan hierarchy. Keep all this in mind. You're a rogue trader. You stand above him in status and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen cases where the Kasbalikan barons cross swords with rogue traders and emerge victorious. Do not forget that and remain vigilant. The Kasbalika, vile tech thieves. Pascal's Vox barks out the last word with like a profanity. Why does he want to see me so badly? Not you personally. He wishes to meet the rogue trader of the Von Valencia's dynasty. Takara does not know about Lady Theora's death, and is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. My gut is telling me that something must be very wrong on Footfall if our astropath managed to read such strong emotion in such an anodyne message. We have no information, Lord Captain. The broadcast on the Footfall Astropathic Choir was the only missive Master Zachariah has received lately. Tell the Lady Navigator I give her leave to make the translation from warp into real space. Vigdis begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Vigdis turns to you again. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise, and you inheriting the title. Liege Takara will be informed. It is required so he can use the dock, and besides, he's expecting a personal alliance with the rogue trader. He will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with the proper pomp and circumstance, or pomp and ceremony, or choose it to visit it incognito. Tell me in detail how they will benefit me. According to Footfall's unwritten laws, rogue traders enjoy special privileges that exceed even the powers of Liege. However, they may choose not to exercise those privileges in certain situations. Arriving incognito will give you more room for maneuver, while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs. I shall explain if you do not mind. As per this unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving at the station has the right to veto any of the Liege's decisions. But there is a catch. The Coronis Expanse is home to several influential Rogue Trader dynasties, and Footfall is where their interests intersect. Of course, that does prevent certain persons, namely Caligos Winterscale, from subtly pulling the strings on Footfall. If you, as a new Rogue Trader, start your career with an official landing and a parade in your honor, the other dynasties may see this gesture as the newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see that as a bad thing necessarily. Old Man Winterscale may take slight offense. Porto will be put on a guard. You have just risen to prominence, and most people in the Coronis Expanse have not yet heard about Leia Theodora's departure yet. It must be clear that the banner of Von Valencia soars high as ever. If I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. You'll have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness and burden of power, but right now is the last time you can take refuge in obscurity. This way, your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people will treat you as a person and not the almighty sovereign anointed by the Emperor. It could turn some situations to your advantage. Okay. So basically, we can kick in the door as the Rogue Trader, or we can arrive in secret and then announce ourselves later. I think we make the power move. I think we kick in the door as the Rogue Trader. So I have decided. Tell the Liege I will arrive officially as the Rogue Trader. It will be done, Lord Captain. Victus bows again. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties. Okay. One of your convictions branches has reached rank 2, Adherent. Once it reaches rank 3, Votary, it becomes the character's main conviction. After that, you'll still be able to choose dialogue options referring to other conviction branches, but those branches cannot be raised above rank 2. Okay. Let's check out our... Okay, so we got Iconoclast 2, which means now we have Master of Command. In the first round of every combat, the Rogue Trader and their allies gain 2, plus the Rogue Trader's Iconoclast rank additional MP. So at the start of combat, everyone gets 4 additional MP right now, which is great. Huge fan of that. Courage and Steel. What does this do? Oh. Cherry, hello. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. A quick shout out. Oh god. Loot goblins assemble. We sailed the seas and now we're plundering the stars of Deckard. Glitter guns loaded, snacks hidden, ready for the Rogue Trader chaos. Hello and welcome in. Welcome in, new people. For those who do not know who I am, hi. I'm Deckard Acewood. Largely, we play RPGs and some challenge games here and there. We are currently playing Rogue Trader, which is a fantastic CRPG. It's a little similar to Baldur's Gate if you played Baldur's Gate 3, but it's a little bit more. It uses a little bit more of the like tactical grid layout as opposed to the more like free-form movement that Baldur's Gate has, and it is based on the Rogue Trader tabletop game. Well, the story is different, but the gameplay is the Rogue Trader tabletop. But how are you doing? What were you up to? It sounds like you were doing some pirating, so I assume that was either Windrose or maybe... Was there another pirate game get an update recently? I'm trying to think. I know that there's the remastered version of Assassin's Creed Black Flag coming out soon, but I don't know if that's out yet. Windrose, hell yeah. I have heard good things about it. I might play it at some point, because it definitely seems like something that I would enjoy. I hope you guys are having a great time with it. Alright, let's do our level up real quick, because apparently we got 2 level ups. So, let's raise our weapon skill for sure. It's very good. Well, that's good to hear. I always like seeing games coming out, especially ones that are like in early access and already look good. That's a good sign. Valheim was the same way. When Valheim came out, I was very excited about playing it. Okay. So, I think what we do is... I think we take Rising Tempo. And then we get to pick another special ability. I still have this game you're playing, but I haven't tried it yet. It was sent to me. So far, it is very fun, but if you've not played a game like this before, you will have to get used to the systems because it uses movement points and action points, and the class system is kind of interesting. I'll point it out once we finish our level up. So we have this buff already where we get fully healed and cost of wound abilities are reduced. I think we take... Let's see. Because Death Waltz is our special ability. I think this upgrade might be what we take. Because this is more damage, and we get a bunch of extra charges to use it immediately after. So we'll take that. So the way that this game works, because normally what you do is you pick a class. Like in Baldur's Gate, you would pick a class, and then you can like multi-class. In this game, you pick an archetype, and there's several different archetypes. And then as you level up, you get access to other archetypes. So like, for example, this character is a soldier, so they get access to these 3 archetypes, but then this character is an officer, so they get access to these ones. And so as you level up, you're filling in this like circle with the perks and abilities and like bonus actions type things you get. So it's very interesting. I think it's kind of a neat system. So we've mastered the Blade Dancer archetype, so now we get to pick a new archetype. I believe. Oh no, when we hit level 16, we get to pick a new one. Okay, so let's do... You don't have anything recommended, in which case... let's see... Armor penetration with chain and power weapons. Well, she's like never going to be using melee weapons if we can help it. Started Baldur's Gate 3 recently, but all the new games like Windrose stole me away. That's fair. My game release year is pretty stacked near the end of the year, so I feel that. There was a Mouse PI for Hire came out. I haven't played that yet, but it's one that I want to play like after I finish this game probably. And then we're also currently playing Scarlet Hollow on Saturdays, which we're gonna play this Saturday, but we're gonna miss the next Saturday because I'm gonna be out of town. I'm pretty excited for Fable and for Beasts of Reincarnation, and there's a couple other things coming out too that like have been on my radar. So we'll see. There's a bunch of stuff that's coming out this year. Pretty good year for games, in my opinion. Okay, so we could raise our ballistic skill, which would be a good idea. Does perception affect ballistic skill as well? Kind of. Okay. We could also raise our base skills. But no, I think we just go for... maybe Flame Weapon Expert to let us use our Flamer better. Oh, we don't have Melt a Weapon proficiency. Is that a thing that we can get with universal features? It is. Okay, so I think we take the Melt a Weapon proficiency because we don't have one yet, but we will give her a Melt a Weapon eventually. And then I guess we'll just take awareness. Yeah, because I don't need her to do the other things. All right, so firearm mastery. Rate of fire increased by 30% is pretty nice. End of combat, all soldiers attacks are 20% harder to dodge. Armor pen. Kill soldier's turn. Each of their area attacks deals additional damage equal to the number of targets attacked. I think we take this because this would be huge. We'll use that. Alright, Pascal. Pascal will raise your perception, that's fine. And then nothing recommended. Acceleration protocols gains 5 MP in the first round of combat. So we could lean into melee weapons. I don't think we need to do that. I do like him using plasma weapons. So maybe we have him do plasma weapon. Like, he's not using one right now, but he will use one. First grenade used in combat does not spend AP and does not count towards the attack limit of that turn. Pretty good. Okay. Mantle cripples the enemy, reducing weapon skill and ballistic skill. Until the operator's next turn, the target cannot move. Zone of combat, MP is reduced by 3. Pretty good. The target provokes an attack of opportunity when it attacks. Also intimidates all enemies using dodge. I think we have it provoke attacks of opportunities when they attack. Alright, Cassia. We already buffed the things that you care about, so I guess we can just raise your perception. No, actually, let's raise your ballistic skill a little bit. Alright. So, let's see. We have choices here. So we're going to take a navigator thing again. In 1 additional wound at the beginning of combat, or beginning of turn for every talent taken. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it would be 11 health gained every turn. Heading to bed, have a great rest of the stream. Oh, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, and for anybody else, please, like, if you have to take care of yourself post-stream, please do take care of yourself. I hope you get a lot of rest. It was good seeing you. If perception is higher than agility, dodge is calculated using perception instead. For sure, I'll stay lurking. Well, thank you very much. And we do support lurkers here as well, so if you just want to hang out, I do like being good second monitor content. So the enemies damaged by navigators suffer 10% additional source of warp damage. Effect stacks up to 5 times. Those stacks for each hit inflicted by the navigator. Ebb and flow, so we get bonus action points and bonus perception. All turns get extra movement speed. First ally targeted by the same amount of movement speed at the start of the next turn. Guided Souls is pretty good. When I give someone an extra turn, they gain 5 bonus willpower until end of combat. That's really good. Minus 10 penalty to the next resistance check. Navigator powers deal +1 damage for every 5 bonus characteristic. Castigating, infusing, and devastating count as characteristics for this talent. Okay. Ooh, unblinking stare seems pretty good. Because that's... well, we don't really have that many ways of triggering attacks of opportunity, though. but being unable to dodge them is pretty good. Now, let's do Mastery of Time, because we can get willpower stacked up very high with that. So, Finest Hour, so they get bonus damage, and they automatically gain the effects of Voice of Command for the rest of combat. All negative effects are removed until end of turn. Officer's next turn, the target cannot die. Target gains bonus temporary wounds until the end of combat. During their turn, all their non-attacking abilities cost -1 AP. That could be worth it, actually. Non-attacking abilities costing -1 AP. Yeah, let's do that. Alright. Now for our assassin. We'll just get strength, I guess. And then agility bonus, damage. Yeah, let's take blade in his hand, finally. And then after killing an enemy, plus 3%. And then additional charges of death from above. Yeah, I think we do... Ooh. I think we do the heal effect. Okay. Yeah, we do the healing effect for our soldier. We'll probably give you strength. And then I guess we could give you even more strength as an option. While under 40% wounds, you gain bonus to all characteristics and resolve. All allies, including Xenos, or excluding Xenos, get a +5 to the same characteristic. Allies with the brace effect or affected by the Navy officer's other non-attacking archetype abilities gain +60% dodge. Braced allies do not provoke attacks of opportunity. Ooh. All allies affected by brace gain an extra turn with 0 AP and 3 MP. And increase their cover efficiency by 20% for 1 round. Targets can only use movement abilities, heroic acts, or desperate measures during this extra turn. Okay. While braced, Navy officers can get off me. The targets of their melee attacks must pass. Okay. Means the 5-cell radius suffer a penalty while braced persists. No, I think we take evasive maneuvers, because evasive maneuvers is huge, because it means that we can move around without provoking attacks of opportunity. Alright, so Daring Breach, this has been crazy good. This turn, melee attacks do half of my bonus damage, or half of my strength bonus. That's pretty good. I think we take this, though. Because this gives us so much extra movement speed, and every time we attack stuff, we get more if we kill them. Alright, we'll go ahead and level your stuff up. We'll take Precise Attack. And then... Sure, we'll take Power Conduit. And then... I guess... Sure, Enforced Reality would be useful. We already took all those. I guess we'll take Psychic Minoris to give you a bonus. Raise your intelligence. Raise your willpower. And then we'll stabilizing factor. And for this one, we will do Can't move. Sure. And then I don't think we're going to use this guy, but we'll level him up just in case. We'll just give him whatever's recommended. Desolation. Athletics. Toughness. You know what? We'll give you Sanguine Siphon, because why not? And then we'll give you that ability as well. Alright. We've finally done all our level ups. So, let's go to the Coronis Expanse map. Alright. Lord Captain? Rever's voice over the Vox sounds weary rather than annoyed. I'm getting reports of several ships moving towards us. Judging by the fact that they're not responding to our hails and the telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries, they're not here for chinwag. Ready to issue orders to prepare to battle at your command. Could this be the work of Kunrad Voigtler? The silence of the Vox lasts for several seconds. It's possible. He could have hired some scum, or maybe just a pirate who saw the state of our ship and decided to push his luck. Well then, on my orders, all stations ready for combat. This is our first void combat sequence. Very exciting.
Hold fast. Our faith will be tested.
Alright. Okay, so we have a ram. Okay, so we have port and starboard attacks. So let's move to here. And then we will do our macro cannons to that guy. Oh, it's not macro cannon. That is Ryza pattern plasma battery. Oh, they are macro cannons. Okay. And then we'll dorsal fire at you. And then can I rotate? Oh, wait, no. Okay.
The time has come.
Alright, so we rotate this way. Darn, I was hoping we could do a little more. We'll shoot you.
Leave the hull strewn across the stars.
Okay, we missed you. Alright, and then end the turn. It's very interesting. Okay. Taking a little damage. Alright, and then we can't hit you. Oh, interesting. So you have to end inside of that space. Where are you going? Oh, he's disengaging. The coward. Okay, so here's what we do. We go to here. Fire at our port. We missed him. And then if we go to here... Okay. Is there anything that we can do to... Can we, like, dorsal? Yeah, let's dorsal hit you. Alright, got that. And then let's go here. That'll hit you.
This one's going down.
Die. Darn. That's all I got. Alright, he's fleeing the other way. Oh, he's coming back around. Ill-advised. Alright, let's fire porch guns at you. Cool, cool. Dorsal guns at you. Not dead yet, but you're getting there. Okay, so if I go here... No, it's not going to be enough to actually damage you. What if I rotate here? Can I... No. Okay, we'll rotate this way, because we won't quite be able to hit it.
Lay in the course.
Okay, now they're both trying to flee. Well, this one's trying to flee. I think this one's going to recover. Alright, you are definitely dead.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars.
Alright, that one's dead. Oh, they didn't manage to escape. Okay, well, whatever. Alright, well, that was fun. I did like that. Can I scan this, please? Scan. Alright, Dead World. Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Altar Templum Calixtus X-17 Sanctuary have no desire to communicate with the laity and are refusing access to guests on the basis of the Adeptus Mechanicus privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. Fair enough. What is this? Drusus's Blessing. Lord Captain, we have the flagship Drusus's Blessing with a small escort dead ahead. They're requesting a direct Vox channel, patching you through. The Vox channel clicks, and after a brief pause, a dry, low voice hails you. Greetings, Lord Captain. I am honored to speak with the rogue traitor of House von Valentius. May your name be known through the ages. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast, bearer of the free charter of the Merchant Fleet. How can I be of service? What's your squadron doing here? We develop supply routes for Chartists. You see, my ship is a representative of the Merchant Fleet in this part of the Imperium territory. Yet, we do not have a fixed charter-defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contacts with voidfarers in need of regular ship repairs, and those who are interested in specialized gear. I would like to look at your catalog. Imperial Navy. Okay, so what can we do to... Let's see, cost. So you don't have any trophies, but we can give you fuel. Not enough to get anything out of it, though. Cargo. Okay, so... we'll just auto-buy the things that we can buy from you. Torpedo tubes capable of firing 4 plasma torpedoes, 19 damage each. Long-range lance weapon within a narrow firing arc. Ooh, okay. So it's the same thing as the one that I'm currently using. And then this is another prow battery. Okay. Well, we wouldn't be able to buy the other stuff anyway, so I'm not too concerned about that. Let's get a footfall. Your lordship, something sinister is unfolding among the survivors from Rico Menoris. There have already been several cases of evacuated refugees being found either dead or dying. All of them had been blinded from using various means. I fear there is reason to believe that there were agents of the cult among the people who came aboard. That's what I thought. I knew the anathema would not fully release its hold on those doleful souls just yet. Then let us march and drive it away. Give me a proper report on the refugees. How were they quartered? How were they supervised? The serfs and the planetary wardens were assigned to 2 auxiliary lower decks. The commoners are riled up and frightened by the calamity, so to keep their senses in check, we only assign those of sound mind to work and pump sedative gas through the ventilation into the compartments holding the rest. The venerated Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse VI and his retinue took refuge in one of the engineering bays, or more accurately, they barricaded themselves in. The wise servants of the Omnissiah are fearful beyond measure that ignorant laypeople might damage or offend their miraculous fusion reactor, so they cloistered themselves in their own personal fortress. Tell me more about the killings. 11 bodies have been found thus far. The first victim had their eyes burned out with a gas torch, the second had acid splashed in their face, the third was found wandering around on their last legs with metal pins sticking out of their eye sockets. They died before we could interrogate them. The rest were killed and disfigured in similar ways, through blinding. No trace of the killer's identity has been found. Alright, begin the interrogation. It will be done, your lordship. If I may interject, there is no need. The interrogations have already been conducted. I put the enforcers on alert as soon as the first body was discovered, though I decided not to disturb your lordship until I had the results. Well, now I do. We've already arrested, 4 perpetrators at the scenes of crimes that had yet to take place. Those are not murders. They are suicides. Explain yourself. The people we apprehended were about to blind themselves and end their own lives. I am confident that all who perished did the same. When questioned, they all said the same thing. They are haunted by the sight of the dying at Menoris. Even in their sleep, they still see the same horrific pictures. The sad wretches would do anything to make the nightmares stop. Perform cleansing liturgies on the decks housing the refugees. We shall banish this blight with the strength of our faith. I think that this is probably what they need right now, because they need to have faith in the Emperor. I don't think the sedatives are going to help that much. And I don't think putting more enforcers on it is going to help. Certainly, Lord Captain, except I am afraid it is not just the refugees. Abelard's voice is grim. 3 out of the 4 people we arrested were members of the crew. They watched Rick and Menoris die, and it left their minds scarred. We all bear the mark of the dark catastrophe, for it was the attention of the ruinous powers that branded our very souls. May the God Emperor have mercy on us. You are warned, your lordship. It is regrettable that you did not listen. Well, here's the thing. My crew still would have had the same problem either way. So I don't think that would have helped much. Wait for completion of the ship's inspection. Okay. Okay, well the only place we land is the Void Dock. So to the Void Dock we go. Okay. Alright. And we have touched down. See what our formal introduction is. The welcome procession is not particularly long, but it does attract attention. Everyone's dressed in their finest apparel, every button gleaming. Standing in front of the others is a woman with clearly expensive implants. She bows in a solemn curtsy. Rogue Trader, Footfall welcomes you. On behalf of the Liege Lord Vladim Takara, allow me to express my joy at your arrival. The Liege awaits you at his residence, but should you have other business to conduct on the station, I will be honored to serve as your guide. Cassie's lips curl slightly. This is so familiar. Beyond the amber-colored scattering of words of welcome, far less appealing hues of lurk, murky and diluted. Look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. What's the situation? There are certain problems, your lordship, but the Liege can acquaint you with them far better than I. Behind her polite, soft tone, you detect the slightest hint of nervousness. As if she is reciting a reply she has carefully prepared beforehand. You should really talk to the liege about this. I'm just... She doesn't get the chance to say the rest.
Hey, newcomers!
Oh.
How's this for a warm welcome?
Well then.
And bow before me.
I will take you down.
Okay. Well then. Argenta, you can stand here. Let's see. When am I in the list? Okay, not too far behind. So I think what we do is we put myself here. Abelard, you can just be wherever is fine. And then Kibella, you are also probably fine wherever you want. So I'll just put you here. Well, I'll put you here because you can round the corner and then kill these guys. Pascal... Put you here, and then Cassia, you here. Alright, Argenta, let's see.
As the Emperor commands, you can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Nice, nice. And then I guess I could move here and do this. No. No, let's just shoot you.
Eradicated.
There we go. Good enough. Alright, Abelard. Bloodstained Amelia. Can we get in range to charge you?
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Okay.
At your beck and call.
Reckless attack.
I'd rather not.
Rude.
Here we go.
Wow. Nice. Tried to shoot me and he shot his buddy.
Emperor, protect me.
Just a minor setback.
For a second, he sounded a little bit like Jack Sparrow. Okay, so here's what we do. Let's move around here, and we'll iron arm ourselves.
Nothing I can't do.
Okay, we have so much movement speed now. Switch to our sword and do blade dance. And then we will do this. Got the double kill. And then we can do the rest of our movement. And I guess we'll go to here and kill you.
You didn't stand a chance.
And then we will flip over
Suits my
and kill you.
purpose. Nothing of value has been lost.
Alright, cool. And then I guess we'll Veil of Blades in this direction. Alright, Cassia. Let's give Kibella a whole turn.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Alright. So I'll have you run here and do your blade dance.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Alright. And then we will leap over here.
As honor ordains.
And then we will leap here. And then we'll hit you.
Death is a blessing.
Okay. And that was the bonus turn. Can I kill you? Probably not. No. You buff you. Give
Me?
you an extra turn.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Do as much damage as we can to you as possible. I'll just brace. Why not?
It will be done.
Endure. Turn.
Let's get to it.
Oh, they are really not good at that. Okay, let's go this way. Activate this, which should put a bunch of debuffs on everybody. Okay. And then we'll put even more on you. And then we'll just do this.
Rookies!
Darn. I was hoping it would jump to you. Kibola, you have dealt with everything that's over here, but also there's a bunch of kills to be had, so go over here. You have so much movement speed. Truly a nightmare.
Death comes in silence.
I think we just kill all of these guys. Yeah, we can. Alright. Not enough movement points. Where we're going, we don't need movement points. We're just gonna flip over here. And then we're gonna activate this, and we'll
I cannot serve you in this way.
target you. Die. There's apparently one dude left somewhere. Where are you? Oh, it's the guy that's on the ground. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Can I reach you? No, I cannot. Well, Argenta.
The enemies of the Emperor will
just
be
do this.
undone.
Rebel and Slaughter. Do this. One shot.
I'll do it.
2 shots. Easy. How rude. The shivering young servant looks up at you with horror in his eyes. Emperor, protect me. They killed... A gang of puny thugs attacked me, and the Emperor's anointed rogue trader, Von Valencia. Such a poorly organized attempt on my life can only be seen as a personal affront. No, so, fear not. We took care of the attackers. Do you know who they were? Your lordship. Those guys were Anvers. They're a gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one, not even Liege Trakara. He glances around like he's expecting more bandits to appear. Does this happen often? Shooting, yes. Attacks on nobles, not very often. Unless it's the Anvers. They're vicious. Not a week goes by without them killing and gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing. They follow no rules. Alright, well, go report this to the Liege. Yes, I'm sorry, your lordship. I'll just go report this to the Liege. They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. Okay. Well,
None shall stand in my way.
I suppose that's one way to make an entrance. Oh my god, so many bodies. Alright, well. Holy Vestment. So that gives a bonus to... Oh no, that's his thing that he's wearing. Okay, I don't think I need any of this stuff. Maybe the combat shotgun would be worth it. I will consider the combat shotgun as an option. but the rest I don't really need. Alright. Let's try and loot a little bit while we're here. Enforcer Light Carapace. Interesting. We'll assess what armor we have available in a bit. What is that, and how do we get to that? Aha! We managed to guess what the combination was. Alright, multi-key, Psyker's Foots. Interrogation goggles. And fireproof cape. Alright.
The Footfall Dockyard is a blessed wonder of the all-powerful Omnissiah. The rest of the station is extraneous, a superfluous appendage.
I see. Rank 5 functionary Rombitio Cavalli. Alright. What else do we have over here? Commerce. What is this?
I did it.
At first glance, these look like standard containers, but the frames have been reinforced and they're still improved to keep the smell in. These are used to transport contraband. 1, the Holy Book by the altar. 2, that Void Dam Customs guy. 3, guess what? 4, Hanger by the window. Remember to bow to the Emperor through the window. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Cyber Raven can only be equipped by a familiar. Cyber Raven. Okay, so this is like Anvar propaganda.
A new challenge for me?
My house would be proud of me.
Small altar, the central spot has been given to Drusus, the saint, the neighboring Calixus sector, who is widely revered here. Okay. The rest of Footfall. No, we're just doing a little bit of investigation.
I've read about this.
Here's marked food stuff, but is empty, and by the looks of it, has not been moved in a while.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Cyber Eagle. Pretty good. Okay. Is that everything? Oh, there's a box here. Adeptus Arbiti's helmet. Okay. So that's a bonus to if you are an arbitrator. We'll hold on to that. That's another leaflet. Toss it in the trash. Who's over here? Alright, grab that. There's yet another leaflet. Oh, we didn't loot these guys. I'll go there. Let's talk to you. The tall, hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. A breathing mask conceals his gaunt features. The skin on his hands is of a sickly gray hue, while his augments show signs of combat damage and are plated in black chromium, giving him a general air of lugubriousness. Lugubriousness? Lugubriousness. What does that mean? Lugubrious. Excessively mournful, dismal, or gloomy. Well, there you go. Initiating identification procedure. This unit is defined as Logos Opticon 22 and is a fully authorized representative structural part of the Cognizant Fleet and the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals, donations. Initiating official greeting procedure for esteemed high-value visitors. Glory, success to House Valancius. A binaric aura begins to flow from the scratched fox attached to the tech priest's chest, requesting information exchange regarding contractual obligation Logisticar Theta. Pascal and Opticon 2 exchanged glances a short series of binaric signals before bowing their heads in satisfaction. Opticon 22's head bows noticeably lower than Pascal's. I would like to make a trade deal, actually. Ooh, okay. Let's sort by cost. Yeah, I have a bunch of holy gift stuff that we could sell you. Alright, let me see if there's anything worth grabbing at higher ranks. Manual grants the owner +6 to Medicaid and grants +3 MP after using a Medikit. Pretty good. A really good bolter. Be nice. The Weber can fire a net cannon. Plasma pistol. Okay, so let's see. So this is the, I guess, the ultimate armor of Pascal. And this is a strong melt-a-gun. Okay. So I do think we want to do some leveling with this. We'll buy this stuff now, because we can. Target designator. Whenever the wearer hits an enemy with a dead-eye shot, it reduces the enemy's deflection by -1 and applies +1 exploit until the end of combat. Deflection gloves. Allow the wearer to parry melee attacks with their ranged weapon using ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. Interesting. Okay, so we could rank up more, but we don't really have the profit factor for it to matter. I seek the friendship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus is interested in, considers expeditious cooperation with the rogue traders. Can I get drops here? I don't know if the drops are still working, because I tried to activate them and it wouldn't let me. But I mean, if drops can be enabled, I will happily enable them. Under the terms of the Treaty of Mars, is willing to provide services to the Von Valancius dynasty. The priority of service tasks can be raised if diplomatic links are strengthened. The Cognizance Fleet will be glad alternative unavailable to accept. Any samples of sacred technology, samples of profane xenotech, miscellaneous items. Reminder, storage, study, and disposal of the aforementioned objects, with the exception of 3 miscellaneous items, is the preferential right of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Explorator Fleet will also accept information about planets in the Coronis Expanse that have not yet previously been recorded in the planetary. Okay. Yeah, let's go check out our ship real quick, and I'll see, because... So, to enable it, I believe you have to go... In the ship, there's a thing that links to the page. But also, hi, welcome in. I was just like, answer your question and not greet you. Let me see. I'll check. Because it's in the Lord Captain's quarters. Why am I being followed around by a cherubim now? I found the chest. Yes, there's an account link thing. Oh, there we go. I linked... It wouldn't let me link my account the other day, but now I have. Okay, well, there you go. I linked mine too, so... I don't know if that means that we have drops enabled, but... potentially we do. Alright, let's go back to the station. I guess we'll see, right? Alright. Alright, well, I guess let's go to the Liege's residence. But how are you doing this evening? Salty Shogun. Alright. Let's grab stuff while we can.
I am forever astonished that Reverend Hieronymus makes do with that shoebox of a chapel in the atrium for his servants. Footfall has several temples, far more befitting his status.
The Drusians are a unique order. They teach people to be content with little, and they follow that principle themselves.
Oh, okay, so this thing is following me around because it's announcing me.
Follow my lead.
I get it now. Alright. Garbage leaflets, which we will pick up and toss in the garbage because it is technically valuable. Alright, Pascal, open the box. What is this? The sight of this cogitator would be enough to break any tech priest's heart. The machine is leaning slightly to one side, grimy, covered in scrolled drawings, with frivolous writing scratched here and there on the casings. Several keys are missing, and the rest are coated with dust. This your first playthrough? Yes, actually, this is my first playthrough. I have done... This is the 4th stream we've done of this so far. We're doing it on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and so far I've enjoyed it quite a lot. We only just got out of the Recad system, which did not go well, but, you know, we're doing the best we can. Pascal's respirator let out a mournful hiss before he says grimly, "The right of operation has been repeated and blasphemously violated, requesting the identification and punishment of the deplorable acolyte entrusted with carrying of the machine spirit. Try to repair the cogitator." After a series of creaks and groans, the cogitator's dusty screen lights up. On it are several lines of text, section headings. "Praise the Omnissiah. The machine spirit of this cogitator is agreed but willing to serve." Accompanied by the crackling of the binaric prayer, Pascal's mechadendrons gently place a couple of keys lying on the floor back into place. Welcome. In the name of the founder of Footfall Station, conqueror of stars, builder of outposts, the noblest rogue trader, Parsimus Duane, and on behalf of all of his descendants, I welcome you. This cogitator was installed in the order of the illustrious Parsimus so that the needy may tap into the flow of his wisdom. Cast your eyes upon the list of sections and choose what you wish to know. Parsimus Duane? I've never heard of such a rogue trader house. Lord Captain Parsimus Duane, one of the trailblazers of the Coronis Expanse, and this station's founder. I've read about his great deeds. Lord Duane was once a colonel of the Astra Militarum, but by his will, later inherited a warrant. He accumulated enough power to gather a small fleet of loyal allies and venture out to conquer the Coronis Expanse. They say Footfall was meant to be his personal palace world, but the construction dragged on for decades, and Lord Parsimus eventually died of old age. His enemies instantly tore Footfall to pieces and turned it into the bastion of humanity we know today. One that is full of bandits, privateers, hustlers, and rogue traders. Pleased with herself, Cassia nods slightly to let everyone know that the lecture is over. Okay. Tell me about Footfall. Footfall Station has been envisioned by the great Parsimus Duane as a palace in the stars, as majestic as the spirit and mind of its creator. As of the year of this cottager's installation, merely a small fraction of the great Parsimus' designs have yet been made reality, but already their audacity and grandeur are staggering. Footfall is to become the gateway to the savage and barely explored Coronis Expanse, a foothold for future conquest by the Imperium and the noble Parsimus Duane, who acts by the Emperor's will. The concierge wheezes and blinks, clearly trying to shut down. Attempt an emergency repair. The concierge whirs and the screen turns back on. One of the first structures of Footfall was the colossal statue of the Emperor. A whole asteroid was used for the creation of this sculpture, but even its titanic proportions cannot convey the awe that every faithful servant of the Imperium feels before the Master. The statue is the center of Footfall, in the same way that the Emperor is the center and heart of the Imperium. As construction progresses, new smaller asteroids are being attached to the statue, their surface serving as a foundation for the glorious palaces and temples, and their inner tunnels as home for the commoners and rabble. Okay, this machine is clearly struggling, so we'll leave it alone for now. But maybe we'll come back to it later. Nope. We just barely managed to not walk into this. The buzzing crowd is closed in on several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt a massacre is about to take place. Just cut their throats already. What were they thinking laying that ship dock at Footfall? They're all stricken. No, no cutting. We get their blood on us, we'll be tainted too. Better burn them. What? Irenius Dolorosa. Be quiet, you scoundrel. A priest, clad in a simple black raiment, cuts through the crowd like a void ship crossing the sky. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance to think you have the right. That's Reverend Hieronymus. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble. Yeah, let's intervene. What's going on here? Several dozen gazes bore into you. And who are you supposed to be? Deckard von Valencius, rogue trader of the von Valencius dynasty. The rabble-rouser's expression changes completely and he makes a clumsy attempt at a bow, then crumples to his knees. Your lordship, I'm so sorry for not recognizing you. You see, it's your first time on Footfall and we didn't know. We were just rooting out heresy here. These scrawny ones, they're from the ship that came from the bowels of the Coronis Expanse. They got plagued there and mutants, and now they're spreading that rot everywhere, that taint. They're all... Silence. You must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting to the end of your days. And what's so wrong about that, Reverend? We just want to put these heretics to death. We're not heretics. The haggard man is on the verge of tears. We're refugees, I swear it on the Golden Throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. We were the protectors that were meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmares. Traitors. Traitors and heretics, the lot of them. A murmur runs through the crowd, the people gawk at you and the priest, at the wretched group huddling in the center. How tiring. The motley sea of colors that fills this restless crowd is hard on the eyes. So many hues, but most of them are acid yellow streaks of fear, the red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all those gathered here. Cassia looks at the crowd of troublemakers wearily, and they shudder at the very sight of her. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they are shrouded in purplish-black grief, but their words are as transparent as the ice that lies at the top of a glacier. But commoners are always deaf to others' suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worthy of you or me, Deckard. Okay, so we can address the refugees. We can claim ownership of them as my subjects. We can make everyone go home. People before you insult those instated by the throne to be above them, and thus they deserve death. No. Onlookers... Ooh. The thing is, she kind of makes a good point, because, like, I don't know what we're supposed to do about it, but on the other hand, the survivors are, like, not in a good place. I think Theodora would probably... No, let's just disperse the crowd. All onlookers are to return their homes immediately. The refugees can go to Dock Alpha Row. I will speak to you later. Comply or face the consequences. None of the people dare defy you. They back away carefully, trying to not look at you. The refugees use the interruption to make off in the direction of Dock Alpha Row. Cassio won't approve, but that's okay in this case. The arrogance and self-righteousness of a malefactor. The priest shakes his head disapprovingly, then his eyes shift to you. I am Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, head of the Drusian mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please come see me when you have time. We can talk then. Alright. Oh, I have control again. Okay, give me some Imperium lore. In this mishmash of devices and cables, you notice equipment from totally different eras, some ancient, some merely old, and others hastily tossed together in more recent years. Take the goods. Get more of these leaflets. Okay, so this was the guy. Right? Yeah. Parsimus Dwayne, the legendary rogue trader who founded Footfall. Let's go up here. Alright, Hieronymus. The man with the face so drawn, it appears to be made of nothing but skin and bone, fixes his unblinking bird-like eyes on you. The priest's simple black clothes have next to no adornments, and they do nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. In a cracked voice he says, "The Emperor protects." The Emperor protects, Reverend. But he protects only those who are pure of heart. Do you think yourself one of them? You leery of this conviction of yours. Many who have risen to the pinnacle of faith have fallen from it into the embrace of pride most degenerate. And you must be the young Von Valencius. That name carries weight, and it is a burdensome one, for its reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many a transgression. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, or will you carry them onward, picking them along the way like a ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison? Yeah, let's use our persuasion and make the holy sign of the Aquila. I put my faith in the Emperor. He gives you a scrutinizing look, then his tone softens. Well, then be twice as diligent, for this sector will seize any chance to test your faith. He looks at Argenta, who is standing nearby, and his voice softens slightly. Greetings, sister. I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? It was, Reverend. Let it be known to you that Theodora von Valencia's ship was attacked by servants of the archenemy, who appall the heart of any righteous soul, she says, nearly hissing with fury. And not all of them met a fitting end. Some fled, more than that. Their blasphemous words clearly pointed to this attack being part of a larger design. Reverend Hieronymus, I wish to join the esteemed road trader's crew and help protect the von Valencia's dynasty from the forces of the archenemy. I am divesting myself of the responsibility of guarding the Footfall reliquary. Sister Argenta stood by my side during the assault on the ship, and I could use her assistance going forward. Hieronymus nods in thought. Follow the call of your soul, sister. The Footfall Reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution, as it was in all the years preceding your arrival. He smiles sadly. I know what it is that calls you to follow the rogue trader, Sister Argenta. You seek combat, for it helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path. But before you start on a path towards your new destiny, I have a request to make you and your companion. Many among my flock are from the poorest, most dispossessed people on Footfall. They have brought me troubling news from Footfall's shadow quarters. In the darkest corners where the Liege's wardens do not venture, taint has taken root. Footfall is consumed by profanity, but even here, true heresy, serving the archenemy, is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarters mark their abodes with a sun inscribed in blue and gold, and perform strange rituals in secret. The weak find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but well I know that evil lurks all around us, and I wish to see retribution. We will verify this rumor, Reverend. With great pleasure. Argenta lays a hand on her weapon. I almost wish for the rumors to be true. My heart yearns to battle some heretics. This is where I bid you goodbye, sister. Noble Deckard, is there more that you wish to ask me about? I have a question of your faith. My sermon implanted the seed of faith in the heart of another rogue trader once. Incendia Corda. Perhaps you are destined to become my second fledgling. Tell me more of the Emperor. You think it is so easy to put into words his essence and splendor. The Emperor is the perfect deity that reads our hearts and grants us his light. He led humanity out of darkness and horror. He created our great home. He experienced torment and pain, and which only made him stronger. That is a lesson to us all. Purity is not to be found at the bottom of the dirtiest hive or in golden palaces, but only among the ranks of those who suffer. Argenta silently makes the sign of the Aquila, her bright eyes burning with unyielding flame. This priest speaks the truth as a wise spinner would. Cabela uses her blade to reopen a recently healed ritual wound on her hand. As we accept the Undying One's blessings, so must we accept pain, for it brings us closer to him. Hieronymus looks at Cabela calmly, without the fear that you have seen many. He says quietly, a spinner of the blood-spun web. People have mentioned your cult to me in their confessions. My mission does not approve of your barbaric ways, which too often cross the line. And yet, we respect the depth of your devotion to him. Thank you for your explanations. Think nothing of it, young Von Valencius. I must take my leave. Okay, so let's see if we can find anything over there. And we'll go back to him and ask him more stuff later. You know all kinds of Footfall, and you just can't tell right away who just looks crazy and who's an enemy of humanity hiding among his faithful.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Punish the Xenos. A coin for a go. What? Dreadful Xenos. It is clear that the one in the cage is not a Xenos, just an ordinary Voidborn who lost in the mutation lottery. Dudukara. Oop. Yaldari. Okay. So they've basically taken people and are using them like a freak show, which is very
I won't
unfortunate.
tolerate weakness.
I don't really think there's anything I can do about that, though. Pascal, open the box.
Successful.
Good stuff. get more goods. I will commandeer anything and everything for me. Carnival Parker. Alright. Let's approach.
Because Baraka trades Xeno artifacts on footfall. Them fairly blatantly at that. And the Ordo Xenos is in no hurry to rectify the situation.
Take a sip. Alright. Actually, let's assess our inventory a little bit, because we did get some stuff. So, combat shotgun, I think we're going to see if we can give that to you. So, yeah, let's replace this shotgun with this one. We have the Rebel sniper rifle, which we got and we never equipped it, but it is just the upgraded version of the sniper rifle. Where'd you get Shockwave? Wait, Shockwave? Which one's the Shockwave? You mean Blastwave? This one? Let me think. So, I think we got it from the... Was it the prison? Or was it the... That might have been a DLC item, actually. Because I think I have the version that gives... I do have all the DLC, or at least the ones that are available right now. So I wonder if it's the version that comes with that weapon, because I think that is a DLC weapon. Okay, so... Send those to cargo. Send that to cargo. Herald Servo Skull. Oh, okay, so we currently have the Cherub. Cherub? Cherub. Okay, so we have a Cherub attached to us. Herald Servo Skull. I'm gonna have this Servo Skull attached, rather than having this one. Okay. This can go to cargo. Most of these we'll hold on to. Alright, so currently we get a bonus to armor and we get a bonus to fellowship. But we don't actually really care about fellowship that much. Whenever targets an ally with Bring It Down for the first time, that ally gets +1 additional action point. What is that? Bring It Down? Oh, that is for you. We should give you that. When they use Endure, they immediately remove. No. Target Designator. I think we use that. Yeah, we use this because it gives us... It doesn't matter that it's applying exploit because we don't have a way of using exploit, but it reduces deflection, which is useful. We could raise coercion. No, sniper gloves are too good. We can't give those up. The wearer and its ally and their allies are immune to the damage on the wearer's grenades. Useful. When the wearer kills an enemy in a 1-cell radius with a shot, they gain +1 resolve. Wearer is immune to burning. Also, whenever the wearer ends their turn, burning is removed from all adjacent allies. That's kind of neat. These boots grant their wearer +3 dodge until the end of combat for each psi power they use. Stacks. Okay, so we are currently using Warmonger. Whenever the wearer kills 2 or more enemies with a single attack, the attack does not spend all of the wearer's MP. Ooh. Ooh. So the problem is we don't really have that many things that are killing multiple enemies at once. So I think we take the Psyker's footwear and then we give her these boots. And then I guess you don't really have the ability to take anything else. 15% critical hit chance to range attacks. The enemy has less than 50% wounds. No, I don't really think we need that necessarily. It might be better to give him bonus to Xenos lore. Yeah, let's give him these because that raises Xenos lore even higher and it gives him a bonus to hit Xenos. So that's very useful. And then can we give you anything? Not really. All right, let's look at armor. So, Abelard, you are currently wearing the best armor that we can get for you. I am wearing the best armor that I can wear. I think. Yeah, I guess I could wear this to get +5 agility, but I think dodge and parry is better for me. Okay, so you can only wear medium armor right now. So that's probably the best armor you can have. We don't want to change yours out because yours is medium armor. And eventually we want to buy the Tech Priest armor. Yours is medium armor. Okay, so you have incredible armor, so we can't really get rid of that. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so Mars Pattern Sword. What other one-handed thing do we have? Soul's Pattern Chainsword. That might actually be worth taking. Yeah, let's switch for that. Officer's Chainsword is good, but the Soul Pattern Chainsword is better. So we'll keep that one on. And then we have the Dead Stub Revolver. So Bowhammer is our like pistol shotgun. What's this? That's the same. You have all of the stuff that you could use. Yeah, that's the best we can do right now. At least for you. Bolter-wise, we don't have anything better. The Flamer's not great, but we don't have a better version of it yet. Okay, and then I can use this staff. However, there's not really a reason to. It's the lightning arc ability. 10 cell radius. Maybe when we find a better psychic staff, but that staff is really not worth using right now. We can't actually use this staff for anything. Okay, she does not have the strength to wield that. So she would need 60 strength to wield this thing. Which she can't. Because this is the one... Oh, and it's heretical, yeah. So this can go into cargo, because we're not going to use that. Which staff are you using? The same one. Okay, this can go to cargo. Cargo. We'll hold on to the plasma stuff. You could wield this plasma thing, but I don't want you to. Regular chainsword. Mars pattern axe is okay. Okay. Good enough. Alright. I think we just grab that grenade. We'll give you the monofilament grenade. What else we got? Okay. Let's do that. Good enough. All right, let's go.
None shall stand in my way.
All right. Oh, there we go. My patience. You remember the way out. Dismissed. The tall man in austere gray clothes makes a show of looking past the woman he's addressing. Vladame, Vladame, Vladame. What Aji put such harsh words into your mouth? You talk like you're an imperial clerk, not one of us. The woman, who is standing with her back to you, lets out an ostentatious sigh, then her tone changes dramatically. Where's my cargo, Vladame? Falco has it, doesn't he? So that's how you do business with your old friends these days. So you don't remember. Then the help will remind you. Guards, escort her out. Hidari, move. The massive guard leans down to the woman and says in a lowered voice, Jay, get going while he's letting you. You'll drown your sorrows at the Amassacus. And thank your lucky stars you were able to walk out the door. You won't get the chance next time. First an insult, and now threats. I see courtesy and tact are no longer a valued commodity on Footfall. Oh well, I'll find myself a better deal. She turns on her heel and heads towards the exit. As she passes you by, she gives you a quick once-over, winks at you, then immediately turns away with a flip of her jet black hair. Oh, I like her already. She has sass. The tall man, who has long since noticed your presence, is studying you intently. Dame Takara, Liege of Footfall. Let us please proceed to my office. A spread befitting a visitor of your rank is waiting. Your entourage will be accommodated nearby. Certainly. Let's go. Please follow me. Oh, look at that meal. Are those brownies? Those are brownies. While you're engaged in small talk, you get a chance to take the measure of Liege Takara. His expression is aloof and focused, his gestures curt and firm, and his speech calm and quiet, as though he's used to people always listening to what he says. Judging by his observant gaze, he has been studying you in turn this whole time. The Dame straightens his chair and says in a polite but completely indifferent tone, "Let's talk business. On behalf of the elite of Footfall Station, I offer you my condolences, Lord von Valencius. We mourn Leia Theodora's loss, and we hope this sentiment is taken as a sign of our good intentions and willingness to cooperate." Thank you, Liege. A terrible loss for us all. I hope that under your guidance, the dynasty can recover from this blow and attain even greater power. It was a bold move on your part to announce yourself as the new rogue trader of the von Valencius dynasty, despite not yet having your status confirmed by anyone of import from the Imperium. I appreciate such traits in people. It's good to understand who you're dealing with. As you may have noticed, Footfall is currently in a state of crisis. Its people would benefit from the patronage of a figure such as yourself. Who was that woman the wardens threw out? A dead woman walking. Some, however, still call her Jay Hatari, a small-time hustler with big ambitions that will lead her to a sticky end. Imperium test succeeded. It's strange. A small-time hustler, even a particularly audacious one, wouldn't likely quarrel in public with a figure as important as the Liege. What seems stranger still is that the Liege knows this small fry by name. She is irrelevant. Since I'm the one in control of the situation on Footfall, I can speak on behalf of all of its noteworthy residents. I was attacked right at the docks. An outrageous stunt, a show of disrespect for both you and me. Sadly, such incidents on Footfall are akin to natural disasters. Impossible to predict or preempt. They simply happen. Many consider Footfall to be a pirate den, but believe me when I say that there is a difference between organized crime and gangs of thugs who have nothing to lose. You were attacked by the latter. The Envers are a gang of punks who spit on our customs and hierarchy. Even their leader is more akin to an ideologue, a rabble-rouser who calls for people's heads, not a commander. Sooner or later, we'll find him and have him strung up. That will likely cool his followers' enthusiasm. Behind the carefully built facade of composure, you sense anger. It appears that this man is not used to losing control, but that is exactly what is happening. Let's see. Let's ingratiate ourselves. I can tell they've been a real pain for you. I bet you'd love to gut those jokers, wouldn't you? Come on, admit it. You would, wouldn't you? A shark-like smile appears on his face, bloody and vicious. Back where I grew up, they called it throwing someone for a loop. They carve a particular sign on the person's forehead, then load them alive into the slag disposal chute and send them out to orbit the station. Every 30 years, we clean the orbit and count how many stiffs bearing which signs have been floating around. You have no idea how much I want to throw those little thugs for a loop like in the good old days. Okay. A little brutal, but that's fair. Has Proctor Enthar visited you recently by any chance? Shortly before you did, he was interested in certain sensitive information, which I happen to possess. And he also required access to the dock cogitators containing logging and administrative data. Naturally, I offered my full cooperation and provided the esteemed arbitrators with a designated area at the docks where they could work away from the bustle and din of the crowd. I assume that is where the Proctor is at the moment. What's the situation in the region? Troubling. Xenos raids are growing more frequent. Trade is suffering, and fringe worlds are going under. Rumors of atrocities being committed by enemies of humanity are causing excessive panic due to their exotic-natured. The core of the Imperium forces is in the Coronis Expanse. has departed for the sector's borders to combat Xenos threat. There's been no word from them for a while now. Then again, the distance and the current issues of the Astropass that is not entirely out of the ordinary. Still, we're not yet alone. From several of the worlds hit by the Xenos attacks, we've received reports of fierce warriors who descend from the sky and enter the fray. The fragmentary accounts lead me to believe that the blessed Adeptus Astartes are operating the Coronus Expanse, and I await news of their victories with great anticipation. Me as well. I would love to meet the Adeptus Astartes, preferably on my side. Any Xenos attacks on Footfall? No, there haven't been. Attacking Footfall in general is not a particularly reasonable thing to do. Many ships are docked here at any given time, and even the listed weapons on board would make for a decent fighting force. That's not to mention the firepower that our esteemed merchants have shamefully hidden from the station's custom officials. For us here, Xenos are more a source of income than a threat. The dame freezes, gauging your reaction. So I'm not necessarily approving the fear of Xenotech. I do think that we do need to understand it. I don't necessarily think we should use it, but I do think we should understand it. I'm convinced that your connections with Footfall will allow you to broaden your knowledge and understanding of Xenos considerably. I will see to it that your curiosity is satisfied in every way. Well, what sort of patronage do you seek from me? Protection. Not military protection, but a different kind of security. You have, of course, already encountered difficulties with warp navigation on your way here. I'm afraid the scope of these difficulties extends far beyond this area. Reports of disrupted routes and ships vanishing during short jumps are coming in from across the entire sector. Communication with the Calixus sector has been extremely unstable. Of the ships that have dived into the Maw in recent years, none have returned. The last ship that came through the Maw from the other side was struck by a temporal anomaly. The junk took almost 2 decades in real space-time. You've heard of periods of warp instability, including cases where the Maw would become completely inaccessible for navigation for years on end, thus temporarily cutting off the Coronus Expanse from the Imperium. Even so, Vladim's words are particularly alarming. It seems that something has had a profound effect on the Maw. Yep, it's the Cicatrix Maledictum, once again. The Great Rift causing problems for everyone. And this brings us to our main issue. Footfall is a repair shipyard and a trading post. We barely produce anything ourselves and are largely dependent on incoming shipments, especially food shipments. The station naturally has some reserves, but the supply issues didn't start yesterday. Footfall would be obliged if House von Valencias would assist us by signing a contract for food deliveries. I can't be the only one you've asked for help. Naturally, I tried contacting other rogue traders, but the terms of House Corda would have bled Footfall dry. And as for the esteemed Calicus Winterscale, instead of food shipment from him, I received a transport, the Nevica, packed with refugees. I had to send them off to Foulstone. So many extra mouths to feed would have only worsened the crisis further. I suppose all these warp fluctuations must have created more pressing concerns for Lord Winterscale, and so I put my faith in you, the third and last of Footfall's allies. No, I don't want to insult him here. What are the terms of this deal? It's simple. Delivery of food shipments from your fertile worlds, Janus, I imagine. I'm quite familiar with that jewel at the Von Valencias Protectorate, in exchange for fair payment. I will help Footfall, but not a desire for profit. I have no interest in obtaining any favors in kind or becoming your patron, only in saving people's lives. No, I think I need to set something here for him. Because no, that's too much. I think so. This is a guy who respects power. And so I think the first option, even though it's a little out of character for us, it would be us playing the part to this guy. So I'll say it. Get on your knees and ask properly. Then I will help. Okay. The dim's eyes narrow as he gives you a calm, appraising look, then kneels. His body, unaccustomed to such displays of obedience, moves slowly, as if the air suddenly grown thick. If this is the price for the station's prosperity, I'll pay it. Okay. I'd like to know more about the Envers. Why haven't they been dealt with yet? He grits his teeth slightly before answering. I've been using all my resources to delay the moment when the station is hit by famine. I hadn't gotten around to the Envers yet. As detrimental as they are, they're no players, and when their leader dies, the rest will scatter. I have some questions. Rest assured, I'll be candid. My lips are bound by the oath of service. What exactly interests you on Footfall, this abode of merchants, xenotech traders, and only a few bandits? What oath are you referring to? There's a certain custom on Footfall. Any rogue trader who arrives at the station and docks is considered to be its absolute ruler, and the liege their loyal servant. That makes me your servant. The dame's arrogant bearing contradicts his words. I won't abuse my right. And I, in turn, will remember your gracious attitude, and I'll remember it when the esteemed Caligos Winterscale returns to discover that Footfall is no longer under his patronage. He'll be displeased upon finding his domain encroached upon, and will try to take it back. And Caligos Winterscale's displeasure is a very, very hazardous phenomenon. A fight between two rogue traders will ensue, and as ridiculous as it may sound, its outcome will most likely depend on the allegiance of the station's humble liege. Who holds the reins of the Xeno goods trade? The Kasbalika Mission, a criminal syndicate that has seized control of the entirety of the coal trade in the sector. Xeno's creations are in high demand, and so every single colony has a Kasbalikan agent or two. Opposing their commercial interests is a lot more dangerous than using their merchandise. A pale ghost of a smile appears on her lips. Still, making friends with this organization is as profitable as it is dangerous to make enemies on for them. And it just so happens that I've managed to earn their trust, and on Footfall, not football, they conduct their business under my watchful eye. Something tells me you used to be a bit of a bandit yourself. You aren't wrong. My path was long and bloody, but in the end I rose from running a gang that had staked its claim to a treatment filter station to becoming the Liege of Footfall. Many died to make this possible, and those who survived figured it would be more convenient to put me at the head than continue the slaughter of the turf war. I can only hope that my elevation and the peace that came with it have done the station good. There is a sound logic to having the sharpest mind run the station. The administratum would have installed some pitiful clerk instead. I appreciate your breadth of thinking. In this day and age, few choose to allow such a thing. I have more questions. Where does one go to make deals here? Here. I am the main dealer of the station, and it would be disrespectful of me to suggest that you take your business to football traders of lesser importance. Still, you might take an interest in a few people of note. For example, Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso. This servant of the ecclesiarchy is rumored to purchase sacred relics from captains and other traders who don't seem keen on becoming his competitors. If you're looking for goods that can entertain you, find Octaviana at the establishment called the Adeptus Amasecus. The chemical bliss that she offers is refined and possesses a satisfactory degree of purity. Just don't ask her to pour you her signature drink. It's meant for common football rabble, not discerning clientele. Well, I'm interested in your wares. I'm at your service. You can expect the most generous of discounts. Okay. So we have Drakari stuff. Plasma grenades from the Eldari. Commissar boots. Whenever the wearer chooses an ally as the target of their ability, the wearer immediately gains +1 MP. Target ally gains +1 MP at the start of the next turn 2. Okay. Stub revolver. Pretty good. Mind scrambler grenades. Bladed boots. Whenever the wearer hits an opening with the charge, slash, or dance macabre abilities, they inflict bleeding. What do you buy? I need a lot to go up in ranks with him. Is it even worth it? Red crystal staff is a navigator staff. That's a crazy good navigator staff. Each hit made with the blade dance increases the wearer's critical hit chance with 10% until the end of the wearer's turn. Okay. That would be very good. We definitely want that. Plus in bonus to critical hit chance. Bonus doubles if the wearer is not moved. Okay, there's multiple things here that are probably useful for us. Fusion gun is an Aldari weapon. Okay, let's buy what we can. So what if I were to just give you everything that I could? So we could get... We could actually get almost there. But not quite. These in the cargo. Okay, that's an upgraded version of the body glove. Functionally the same though. Fine. Okay. Let's get rid of the stuff we don't need. Okay, so the thing is, I don't think we're gonna go for Yukari weapon proficiency on anybody that's gonna use a pistol. We can't use this. This might get used, so I'll hold on to that. We don't need the officer chainsword. We don't need the... Do we need this? No. We don't need that. We need that. We do not need this. Oh, we know. Add to cargo. Okay. So that at least cleaned up our inventory a little bit, but like even if we selected all of the tradable stuff, like we could just barely get it. Just barely. And we can't even buy it yet anyway. Okay, well that ended our conversation with him at least. Is there anything else I need to do with him? I don't mean to hurry you, but I do hope that our deal is still in place. The station continues to experience increasingly severe shortages of provisions. Upon noticing Cabela, Lydium quickly assumes a bored expression. Carefully, without making any sudden moves, he wipes his glasses and, as if absent-mindedly, puts a hand under the table. Okay. Oh. Lord Captain, I'm pleased to report that the inspections have been completed and all identified system failures have been resolved. The void ship is ready to depart. The crew is waiting for further instructions, and there are also a number of issues that need to be addressed. We also received word from Proctor Solomon Anthar, the arbitrator whose squad we retrieved from Rika Menoris. He's requested an audience with you and said he'll be waiting at the Footfall docks. Okay.
A new challenge for me.
Oh. A groomed young man calls out to you. He is clean-shaven and dressed in clothes that are expensive but unshowy, with a bright aquila embroidered in a prominent spot. Your lordship, I humbly ask for a minute of your time. I'm Bastion in Durama Bastal Korda, youngest cousin of House Korda, envoy of Incendia Bastal Korda, rogue trader of the Coronis Expanse, by the grace of the Most Holy Empire. I don't know why I just started giving that guy a slight Spaniard accent. Korda, They are some of the most influential rogue traders in the Coronis Expanse, but not on Footfall. This station is under control of House Winterscale. Something tells me that we're about to hear a most curious offer, says Abelard under his breath so that only you can hear it. What do you want to speak about? A matter of the utmost delicacy. You see, you've been to the residence of the Liege. La Dame almost certainly appealed to you for assistance in the arrangement of the shipment of Footfall. The Fon Valencia's Protectorate is famed for the abundance of its main agri-world, Vienus. It would be odd for him not to seize on such an opportunity when Footfall is on the verge of famine. However, the Korda dynasty pursues its own interests on Footfall. We have already announced our terms to the Liege, but he is stalling. I imagine in hopes of getting a better offer from you. The Korda dynasty believes that cooperation would be preferable for both the rogue trader houses. If you refuse Vladame, thereby forcing him to agree to a deal with us, the Korda dynasty can promise you a share of the profits from the future contract, as well as certain other perquisites. Perquisites? Everybody benefits. The Emperor's most loyal servants should be more concerned with carrying his will through the stars and less with divvying up profit among themselves, especially when the well-being of one of the Imperium's words is at stake, even one such as Footfall. Behind your smile, Master Bastion, teal shadows swirl. Others may not see them, but your worry cannot escape my eye. What are you afraid of? Your house's wrath should these negotiations prove fruitless, or the wrath of House von Valencius? Would you mind elaborating on the terms of your proposal? Not at all. Would you like to take these negotiations somewhere more suitable so that I may go over the details? Bastion smiles and opens his mouth to offer another piece of sugar-coated courtesy when suddenly... Ah. I'll get help.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Are you ready to die?
Okay. We will have me deal with these guys. Cassia, you can be... Put you here. Cabela, you can go here. Abelard, you just go do what you want. Genta... here, and Pascal, I guess I will put you here. Alright, Cassia, you are first, so let me... Can I move here and do this? Perfect.
Emperor, give me strength. Another foe painted black.
Alright, Lidless Stare did a bunch of damage, but did not kill anyone. Alright, I guess... Abelard. Do the thing.
Reduced to dust. I took care of this one.
Okay. And
I
then
will
I'll
do
just
my
have you
duty.
endure. Alright, Pascal. What do we have for you? Do this? Nope. Alright. Let's do this. To buff all my allies. And I guess... Oh, he didn't have any implants. Rip.
Hold on.
Twice Dead Lanny is the one who killed the guy. Nice try, buddy.
Let's get to it.
Alright, let's see. I think we just go this way. And do this. Oh, wait, no, that ends all movement if I do that. No, we want to get to here.
Trust me.
All right,
I
let's
shall
do
not
this.
fail.
Kill everyone that we can.
As the tenets come, the other side
Splatter
awaits.
you in blood.
The shadows
Leap over
will
here. And then, can I leap in range of you? I can. Oh, you are so dead.
The undying emperor whispers
Die.
his will.
All right. And then we end there.
Let's make it quick.
Did more damage to yourself than you did to me. Oh, ill-advised.
Get to it.
I'm here, maggot.
Guard shows up. Oh, you did good damage. Alright, so now it's my turn. So I'm gonna buff myself. Alright. Now let's do this. Sick.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Killed all those guys. Argenta, can you stand like right here and just unload in this direction?
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Wait. What?
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh, because I'm in melee. Darn it. Keep forgetting about that.
One fewer time.
Kill that guy.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Round 2. Well. Abelard. Get him. Alright, so could I reach that guy? Probably not. Because that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I'd not be able to reach him. Alright. Let me just give a full turn to you. Can I reach you? Need line of sight on you.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Alright, line of sight. Give you a
I'll
turn.
paint your death in colors.
Oh. Oh my god, I'm so mad about that. I didn't mean to hit
If I may.
space. Alright, Pascal. Can you shock this guy? No. It's not. It's fine. She's gonna get to walk over and kill him anyway.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Die.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Alright, well. Now that that's done with. Stun grenade I don't need. 52, watch your back, make sure you're not being followed. Sin skin. Plus 5% more dodge if the wearer's agility is more than 40. Could be useful. All specs gives a bonus to awareness. Scrap chainmail. No. Alright. Nothing else special. Bastion Corda's body. So what? Okay, nothing actually useful. Bugs. Go look for some loot
It's
over
about
here.
time.
Oh, is there loot in the back of the container? Oh no, it's up here. Oh, I can't reach this for some reason. Pascal, please open this. Aha, there we go. What is up here? Servo Skull Swarm. Suffers no damage from... Okay, so we have a familiar thing. Unyielding Vanguard Boots. Cool. Cool.
They say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
Alright, let's open this. Take all that. Do you anything about this passage? Oh, okay, we can just clean it out, I guess. Oh. What have we here? A low hum of voice is quiet, and it doesn't gaze a shift to you. The tall man with the shaved head is rubbing his hands together nervously. His opulent clothes are nearly bursting at the seams on his muscular body, and his expression is forbiddingly grim. Still, he's trying to put on an air of friendliness. Greetings, you must be... Lord von Valencius, your lordship. I heard about your arrival on Footfall, of course, and about Lady Doro's passing. But I wasn't told. You're not on the list. Stops. But that's not a problem, of course. Please come in. Chaplain is about to begin. But we're waiting for one more attendee to arrive. Fidelio. Without Fidelio, it's all been for nothing. Probably the man excuses himself joins the other attendees. Okay. You catch sight of something odd. Before stepping away from you, the man gestures subtly to a nearby servitor. We get some kind of a command. The servitor quickly removes the bottles of amasec and glasses set out for the attendees from a nearby table. The gathering you've found yourself at seems refined and respectable at first glance. The decorations in the attendees' clothes speak of wealth, and so does the location, which isn't far from the leader's residence. But you notice that most of those gathered are of rather imposing physique. Many of them have scars and military-grade implants. Several of the guests look like they are covering the exit. A few of them are clearly carrying concealed weapons. Well, let's see what this is about. Oh, is this a funeral for some notable? Oh, what a sorrowful, terrible, sorrowful day. We pay our respects to the life and soul of Footfall Society. A loyal servant of the Imperium, a generous benefactor who spared no expense to keep the fiber of faith burning. An example to all future generations, the most noble and unforgettable Master Bellardo. This loss, the fussy administratum clerk speaks in a strained voice, and keeps peeking at a paper with text on it. His speech drags on and on, blending into a monotonous cascade of praises of the late Master Bellardo. So let us offer a prayer to the Emperor for the repose of Master Bellardo's soul and the prosperity of his heirs. I now pass you over to our most reverend chaplain. A formidable-looking man dressed in the attire of an ecclesiarchy missionary glares at the gathered crowd. So here you all are, you vultures. Let's offer a prayer then. But if you think that the Emperor, or the messenger of his will, in other words, myself, does not see into your vile souls, you are sorely mistaken. Captain looks at you and gives a slight nod. I wasn't referring to our esteemed guest, but the rest of you I know all too well. So go ahead, pray for Bellardo's soul. Soon the flames will take him. A fitting end for a life like his. May the Emperor keep his soul. Without another word, the chaplain makes the sign of the Aquila. Pointedly turns away from the attendees. I see. Whoever prepared the body of the gray-haired man lying in the coffin, they did a good job. Even in death, he looks majestic. Abelard maintains a grave expression befitting the occasion. Until he sees the face of the deceased, he frowns, peers at it with suspicion, then he gasps, astonished, almost dazed. I'll be. This is quite the meeting, if it can be called such under circumstances. Take a good look at the deceased. The implants left in the deceased's body speak of his high standing. Expensive tech is typically extracted from the dead, and only the most prominent and wealthy avoid this fate upon death. Abelard, do you know this man? Do I? I would tell you all about this man, but the words I'd use to be improper for a funeral. This, your lordship, is Jerrycan Dens, known back in the day as one of the most notorious pirates in the Coronis Expanse. They nicknamed him Jerrycan for his habit of having a jug or two of Promethium on hand. He did love burning things. Oh yes, he was a menace back then. How long ago was it? 60 years ago? I was serving my last days in the Navy when news came of his latest attack. Abelard distractedly runs a hand through his hair. Oh, well. There was a time when the sight of Jerrycan in a coffin would have been enough to make me dance. Quite literally. By the throne, I would have danced a jig on the spot, but now... I don't know. No more jumping into the warp right from under the cruiser's nose, eh, you old beast? Who would have thought I'd be at your funeral? It's very grand for a pirate's funeral. Is this normal for Footfall? Folks on Footfall are known to turn a blind eye to many things, but even the locals aren't so unscrupulous as to honor pirate scum a few paces away from the Legion's residence. But no one's heard of Dens for so many decades. I barely recognized him myself, and I've seen his face on picts a fair few times back then. I assume he retired and started a more or less honest life under a new name. What was it they were calling him? Master Bellardo? Ah, now I remember. Reverend Hieronymus mentioned the name Master Bellardo as one of the biggest donors to the temple. Step away from the coffin. Okay. Cast Bellardo. A man of indeterminate age turns to you and sighs loudly. You can tell by his breath that he came to the ceremony after indulging in 1 or 2 glasses of strong drink. Your lordship, it must have been the Emperor's providence that brought you here. Surely a figure as great as yourself won't allow for terrible injustice to happen. The man grimaces. It appears that obsequiousness does not come easily to him. And what is this injustice that I am supposed to prevent from occurring? Well, he grimaces. The lawful heir is being robbed of his inheritance. My dear father left his entire fortune down to the last coin to some nobody. A certain Fidelio, who hasn't even bothered to come to his funeral. And I'm left with nothing. You think that's fair? Your nobility, you of all people, must realize just how wrong and unacceptable this situation is. So I thought, maybe you could lend me a hand somehow for the sake of friendship and future keeper of the Bellardo fortune. Me, and for the sake of justice, of course. To turn a funeral rite into a stepping stone for one's covetous desires is blasphemy. To dispute the will of the dead is double blasphemy. Those dark eyes seemed to burn bright through the man, making him swallow nervously and avert his gaze. Why were you disinherited? As if I know. The old man isn't a heart-to-heart sort of person. Right up until the announcement of his last will and testament, I had no idea he'd put me in the doghouse. Who is Fidelio? I have absolutely no idea. Zero. There's a will, there's a name, that's it. Maybe they're my father's byblow, some brother or sister I never knew I had. Maybe they're a whore who's brightened his final days. I get the feeling that old Laos Chaplain knows. He's always known more about father's business than any of us. But he's keeping quiet. What do you want? Your lordship, I've never been in the presence of a person of your status, let alone talk to one, but I just thought maybe you could impose your will in the matter of the inheritance. It would be great to find out who this Fidelio is too, true, but that's nothing, just my curiosity. No, I don't want anything to do with this. That's that then. Just not my day. What is it ever? Thank you for speaking with me. Goodbye. Yeah, I don't know who the person is, but maybe we'll be back here at some point. Oh. Lawman who welcomed you at the entrance is shifting from foot to foot and keeps glancing around with a gloomy expression. This is an honor, your lordship, such an honor. Could you spare a minute of your time? I have a request to make. What do you want to speak about? Here's the thing, your lordship. I'll just give you straight. I'm sorry, I don't know how to talk to you lofty folk. Well, Dens, that is Rolado, my old friend and boss, died. And he left all he had, and he had a lot, mind you, to this Fidelio. That was kind of rude of him, and that's no way to treat your friends. I get it, he left his useless son high and dry, and a good thing. But his old friend? I'm thinking, maybe you can step in and set things right. Intervene in the matter of the inheritance. I don't know. And who is Fidelio? I wish I knew. I first heard the name when Dens kicked it. Maybe Fidelio's a whore who put a smile on his face in his golden years, so Dens decided to give the whole kit and caboodle. What do you want from me? You're a distinguished sort. You can muscle it on this. You can talk to the chaplain, he's Dens' executor, and ask about the will. Well, maybe you can find a Fidelio and have a talk with them too. I mean, who'd want inheritance that's not rightfully theirs? Rightfully theirs. There. More trouble than it's worth if you ask me. And trust me, Dagon can be of service to you if you need anything. I know lots of footfall and other things. I can help with information. Get you some solid lads for a job. You can use a guy like me. No, I refuse to have any part in this. I wouldn't dare to insist, of course, but if you happen to change your mind, I'll take my leave. No, I definitely don't want to give the pirates more stuff. Ooh, what is this?
I better myself through my service.
There's an odd smell to this emissac. It seems very likely the drink has been poisoned. Ooh. Adelia, who are you? The girl dressed in expensive clothes raises her sad little face to you and says in a serious voice, "Hello. Have you ever heard the name Fidelio? It's someone my dad is very mad at. My dad is always mad at everyone. Grandpa, Mom, Dagon, Chaplain. Where are your parents? My dad is Cas Bilardo. He's with the guests, and my mom ran away. They told me she hates Dad and Grandpa. I guess she hates me too. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't even miss her anymore. I miss Grandpa. He was the nicest." Pressed her lips together and lets out a quiet, very unchildlike sigh. I must take my leave then.
Fortune smiles on us. An ill omen.
Shredder shotgun. I see. Okay. Okay, I think we can just go this way. Because I think we've dealt with most of the stuff we can do in this area. Sure. The chain axe I'll just toss in there. I'm not going to use it. Yep. Trophies and leave. shadow quarters. Gentle gestures for your attention. Rogue Trader, I would like to remind you about Reverend Hieronymus' request. He asked us to search for a potential cultist den in Footfall's shadow quarters. You seem weighed down by something. What? No. Magenta shakes her head and rubs her temples tightly. Apologies, Rogue Trader. Being here on Footfall is difficult for me. It's a minor personal weakness, but I'm as ready to fight as ever. It will have no effect on my combat skills. Well, if something is troubling you, tell me. Perhaps I can help. Argenta shoots you a wary look. I suppose I could share it with you, but the tale will be very long. I have to start from the beginning. I wasn't born in the Expanse. I was sent here to be a guardian of a reliquary of Footfall, but my ship became caught in a warp anomaly, and although it lasted only days for those on board, decades had flown by in real space. When at last I arrived on Footfall, it felt like I had been erased from time. No one was waiting for me on this side of the maw. The people who were supposed to greet me, who knew about my imminent arrival, had died. The reliquary that should have been mine to safeguard had instead been taken under the protection of Reverend Hieronymus and his brethren. They were more than up to the task. They had no need of my help. Footfall became my cage. I didn't know who I was or what purpose I had here. The way back to Calixus seemed like another trap. Even if I were to find a ship headed there, my sector, my order, they too would have lived decades without me by that point. Whenever I'm reminded of those months spent on Footfall, it feels like I'm falling into a pit. I hope the rumors of cultists turn out to be true. I can't wait to prove my bolter that the world and the Imperium need me. How and why did your stay on here end? Something must have changed, right? Yes, a sign, almost a portent, showed me the right path. But it's not something I can speak of like this, on the street, in this den of malice. Let us be on our way. All I'll say is that on Footfall I met Lady Theodora and joined her. That was the end of my languishing in this place. You know better than I of this place. Do you think the rumors of the heretics are true? There was a time when I'd say it was likely a fabrication. One can say many things about the Spalaka mission. And the other shady operators on Footfall. But even those thugs are loyal to the Emperor, and so they mercilessly exterminate outright heretics in their territory. But now, heretics have launched an open attack on Rogue Trader's ship. A member of your dynasty, Kunrat Voitver, has turned out to be one of them, and Footfall itself is sinking deeper and deeper into madness. In these times of strife, I'm willing to believe in heretics who openly perform their dark rituals and brazenly mark their dens with sacrilegious symbols. We must keep going.
I'll lay claim to the star.
The Shadow Quarters. When I was last on Footfall, I used to take my weapon and wander this area, anticipating an encounter with a mutant or a bandit.
Why are your recollections of this so blue? And the more you talk about it, the darker the blue becomes.
Ooh. Rising sun symbol. It seems oddly repulsive, even sinister. Okay, so that's the symbol of Zinj, I believe.
We need to investigate.
This is a fake door connected to a mine trigger. Interesting. Can we step back here?
Nothing escapes my sight.
Ooh. Who holds a flamer like that, you idiot? We're almost refueled here. We'll show you how it's done. Okay. I'm just not feeling it anymore, that's all. The guy's pretty much a cinder now. It's a lot more fun when he was alive and thrashing about. Oh. Oh, it's a corpse. Ew. Noted. Get everybody up these stairs.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Spare none of them.
Look at that. Here comes another training target for us. Fire it up, you lot. Okay. Alright. Let's put me nice and up in front. Argenta... Is there anywhere we can get you some cover? Not really. I'll put you, like, over here. Pascal, you can just kind of be up here is fine. Cassia, I'll put you in the back. Cabela, you can be... I guess I'll put you, like... here? And then Abelard, you can just be wherever is fine.
Here we go.
I've suffered
Time to
worse.
slaughter someone.
Wow.
Show me what you got.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
Rude. Alright. So, presumably these guys have some kind of fire resistance. Let's switch to our bolter.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Let's do this. Yeah, we'll just fire in this
I'll do it.
direction. Okay. Just reload.
Out of my way.
Oh, Cabela actually dodged off the fire.
You'll regret this.
An
Okay.
offering of blood. As honor ordains. I shall not fail.
Alright. Play dance on this guy.
As the tenants
Hold on.
demand.
Okay, we'll have you blocking.
Let's make it quick. Let's get to it.
It's going great.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Alright. Alright, so let's do this. Alright, and then I think what we do is we just flip over here.
Something of interest.
What? That canceled my attack?
Absolutely not.
Kinda lame.
Not a problem for me.
Alright. Cassia. Okay, let's take... Give you this. And then remove that. I guess we'll give it turn to you.
It will be done. Victory is imminent.
Okay, and then for Cassia, the rest of your turn, you don't have anything else to do. Just do your turn.
Get to it.
Just a minor setback.
Failed his charge. Failed to hit me.
Here we go.
Okay. Leave you guys. And then can I charge you?
Reduced to dust.
Out of my way.
What? Pascal just lost his turn. What?
Scared yet? Let's get to it. I'm here, maggot.
Brutal. Again. We missed.
Time to slaughter someone.
Yet iron knows no pain.
Alright, Kila. So yeah, I think we go this way. And then we do
Trust
this.
me.
Check your aim.
Death is a blessing.
Look over here and hit just you.
The shadows will see it done.
Okay.
Let's make it quick. Let's get to it.
We can almost use one of our heroic actions. Okay, let's Blade Waltz you.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
You're definitely dead. No way you survive this.
Nothing of value has been lost. Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. I'll pass.
I guess that's all we can do there. Can I give Abelard a buff? No, we get more uses. So I guess we should use these.
nothing I can't do.
Kill you.
All too easy. Nothing of value has been lost. I don't have time for this. Not a problem for me.
Do that. Cassia.
Battlefields are always
Do
drowned
this
in
just for
scarlet.
safety. Die.
High momentum.
It will be done.
And that's one potential kill.
I took care of this one. Someone else can do this. At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
All right. Nice try. All right, now we get our actual turn.
One fewer target. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Darn. Almost got him.
Advancing.
Show me what you've got.
Die. Oh my god, we missed again. This is the worst. Kibble, deal with it.
I am your blade and shield. Come, the other side awaits.
Oh, finally.
What torments you?
Thunder hammer. We get a power hammer. Okay. All right. It is getting close to the end of our stream time. We will do our level up next time. But because I have to like pay attention to like what the subclasses are, and I want time to be able to read over all that. And I'm also just getting tired. So, thank you all for joining me. I know we had the lovely read earlier from Cherry Honey Pie, which again, big thanks to Cherry if she's still hanging out in chat, although I know that she did go to bed. And then before I forget, I do have, if you are interested in the other stuff, I do have my Discord, which did open semi-recently. And then we also have the VODs and the Blue Sky. So if you missed the first couple of episodes, the VODs for them are on YouTube. In addition to that, we are going to be continuing the stream on Tuesday for this. Although on Saturday we are going to be continuing on Scarlet Hollow, which has been very fun. Highly recommend that if you're into kind of unsettling, approaching Eldritch visual novels. The art is very well done, and the sound design is really good for like an indie visual novel, so very cool. But otherwise, yeah, I am enjoying this quite a lot. We did manage to resolve the Ricketts system, although I expected it to go a little bit differently than that. I knew something wasn't going to go well with the Triumph, but I was not expecting, like, cultist demonic incursion levels of bullshit going on. So, unfortunately, I was not prepared for that. But that's okay. So we will end the VOD here, and then we will look for a group to raid out to after that. But thank you again for joining me. Have a good evening. Have a good day. Have a good night. All right, let's see. Who can we